Achtung, hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören.
Das Farbfernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen alle zusammen und herzlich willkommen auf der IFA, willkommen auf der Innovation Stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Welcome to IFA and our Innovation Stage. We're going to be running this session in German, so if you would like to have a translation, please scan the QR code and then you will be able to listen in English. Meine Damen und Herren, mein Name ist Munja. Ich freue mich, dass Sie alle da sind. Und 2024 ist ja ein ganz besonderes Jahr. Ja, 100 Jahre IFA, das zelebrieren wir und wir freuen uns, gemeinsam mit Ihnen in den nächsten Tagen in die Zukunft zu schauen. Eine Zukunft, vor der wir vor 100 Jahren, glaube ich, nur träumen konnten. 1930, da war jemand ganz Besonderes hier zu Gast, Albert Einstein. Ja, der war hier, vielleicht nicht auf so einer Bühne, aber der hat damals das Radio präsentiert. Und das war eine Revolution in der Massenkommunikation. Und heute, 94 Jahre später, was machen wir da? Da sprechen wir über das Metaverse, da sprechen wir über KI, da sprechen wir über Quantum Computing und so weiter und so fort. Die Welt hat sich also auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr, sehr verändert. Auch die Welt der Consumer Electronics oder auf gut Deutsch Unterhaltungselektronik. Ein Unternehmen, das mit allen Kräften daran arbeitet, im digitalen Zeitalter den Einzelhandel neu zu definieren, das ist MediaMarktSaturn, kennen wir alle, wir gehen alle gern zum Mediamarkt, oder? Und die Frage ist natürlich, wie sieht denn diese Zukunft aus? Wie sieht die heute aus? Wie sieht die morgen aus? Das verrät uns jetzt unser erster Gast des Tages. Seine Pläne sind groß für das Unternehmen, seine Vision ist klar und er will innovative Maßstäbe setzen. Bitte begrüßen Sie mit mir den CEO von MediaMarktSaturn, Carsten Bildberger. Herzlich willkommen.
Schönen guten Morgen, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren. Herzlich willkommen zu 100 Jahren IFA, internationale Funkausstellung. Allein dieser Name ist Legende. 100 Jahre ist diese IFA jetzt alt. 100 Jahre Fortschritt, 100 Jahre Technikneuheiten, 100 Jahre Innovation. Und seit 100 Jahren stehen die Menschen staunend und mit großen Augen hier und schauen sich an, was es so Neues gibt. An Errungenschaften, an Technologie, an Innovation, an Zukunft. Technologie, die unser Leben verbessert, bereichert, praktischer, unterhaltsamer macht. Und die IFA zeigt jedes Mal, welche Kreativität und welche Kraft in dieser Branche, in dieser Industrie steckt. Und so viel neue Technologie, die man erstmal, wenn sie neu ist, kaum glauben mag, aber dann schon bald das Leben prägt. Und wie hat Arthur C. Clarke gesagt, jede hinreichend fortschrittliche Technologie ist von Magie nicht zu unterscheiden. Schauen wir zurück. Der Walkman wurde hier präsentiert im Jahr 1979. Was für ein Ding, was für eine Revolution. Musik zum mit sich herumtragen. Und das ist für uns heute auf dem Smartphone natürlich selbstverständlich. Und so viele technische Innovationen haben hier bei der IFA ihren Weg in die Gesellschaft gefunden. Das Fernsehgerät 1931, das Autoradio, das Tonbandgerät, das Farbfernsehen 1967. Und Willy Brandt hatte damals auf den Knopf gedrückt, der die Farbe ins Bild brachte. Und 1971 der Videorekorder und die Playstation 1994. Sie sehen, unser Leben wäre ein anderes ohne all das, was die Hersteller aus aller Welt hier auf der IFA präsentieren. Und ich habe mal im Netz gekramt und ein Tondokument gefunden, das ich Ihnen nicht vorenthalten möchte. Es stammt von Albert Einstein. Der war 1930 zu Gast hier auf der IFA zur Eröffnung, hat eine Rede gehalten und die wurde als eine der ersten auch live im Radio übertragen. Hören Sie mal zu.
Der Urquell aller technischen Errungenschaften ist die göttliche Neugier und der Spieltrieb des bastelnden und grübelnden Forschers und nicht minder die konstruktive Fantasie des technischen Erfinders.
Ich wiederhole das nochmal. Einstein hat gesagt, der Urquell aller technischen Errungenschaften ist die göttliche Neugier und der Spieltrieb des bastelnden und grübelnden Forschers und nicht minder die konstruktive Fantasie des technischen Erfinders. Was für bunte und lebendige Worte für einen Physiker. Vor allem aber, was für ein zukunftsbejahendes Statement, so viel moderner als der heutige Zeitgeist, der sich nämlich zuerst mit den Risiken und Verboten befasst, als mit der schöpferischen, konstruktiven Kraft der Innovation. Was für eine Hommage an all die Menschen, die weltweit in Forschungseinrichtungen und in Unternehmen forschen, entwickeln und arbeiten, damit wir als Gäste am Ende hier staunen können, was es auf der IFA so alles gibt. Und ich schließe mich der Hommage von Albert Einstein gerne an. Denn ohne diese Menschen, die mit göttlicher Neugier nachdenken, forschen, tüfteln, wären die Märkte bei MediaMarktSaturn leer. Und ohne diese kreativen Geister mit Neugier und Spieltrieb hätten wir nichts, womit wir unsere Kunden begeistern können. Das sind die Menschen, die die IFA möglich machen, seit 100 Jahren. Und ich denke, sie haben alle unseren Applaus verdient. Meine Damen und Herren, diese Haltung von Albert Einstein, die steht auch für eine Zeit, als Fortschritt noch als Chance gedacht wurde, als Fortschritt eine Aufgabe für Möglichmacher war. Wie sagt man heute? Machen ist wie wollen, nur krasser. Und davon brauchen wir mehr denn je. Machen ist eine Haltung. Ich will kein Kulturpessimist und auch kein Politpessimist sein. Aber wenn wir 100 Jahre IFA feiern, sollten wir uns schon fragen, welchen technischen Fortschritt wir in den kommenden 100 Jahren hier in Europa, hier in Deutschland inspirieren und forcieren können. Wenn wir immer nur zuerst an Risikovermeidung denken, politisch zuerst an Verbote statt an Ermöglichen denken und die Regulierungskeule gegen die Chancen der Innovation schwingen. Es ist der Fortschritt, der uns immer auch den nächsten Schritt Wohlstand gebracht hat. Das Leben, das wir heute leben und lieben. Und wir müssen uns schon ehrlich machen bei der Frage, wie steht es mittelfristig um die Innovationskraft in Deutschland, in Europa? Ich bin sicher, wir alle, die wir hier sitzen, die Industrie, die Unternehmen, der Handel, wir sind da, wir wollen, wir machen. Auf uns ist Verlass. Aber mehr Rückenwind von Seiten der Politik statt Gegenwind, das wäre für alle Seiten das Beste. Zurück zur IFA. Was ist die IFA heute, in ihrem 100. Jahr? In einer Welt, die in einem unglaublichen, atemberaubenden Tempo Innovationen produziert. Da ist die IFA immer noch ein Taktgeber, immer noch die Messe in Deutschland, wo man so viel Neues sieht, das einen staunen lässt, inspiriert, das einen Hoffnung macht auf eine bessere Zukunft. Und in diesem Jahr gibt es ein beherrschendes Thema, KI, künstliche Intelligenz. KI findet sich in immer mehr Geräten, macht immer mehr Geräte besser, effizienter, einfacher. Denken Sie an den Wasserverbrauch beim Waschen oder an die automatische Erkennung, wie viel Waschpulver man braucht. KI eröffnet unglaubliche neue Möglichkeiten. Wenn ich auf einem Foto einen Gegenstand, der mich stört, entfernen will, ich kreise ihn einfach ein und das Bild ist perfekt. Oder wenn ich mit jemandem in Korea telefonieren möchte, auf Koreanisch, obwohl ich kein Koreanisch spreche. Und am Ende des Gesprächs habe ich sogar ein Transkript. In einer Welt, die in einem so unglaublichen Tempo Innovationen hervorbringt, bekommen wir als Händler eine ganz andere Bedeutung. Für die Kunden, um den Kunden zu helfen, mitzukommen in der Atemraumgeschwindigkeit, der Veränderung, Kunden zu helfen, Technologie zu nutzen, anstatt von ihr abgehängt zu werden. Und gerade deshalb haben wir als Händler für die Hersteller, für die Industrie eine ganz andere Rolle. Wir sind so viel mehr als Verkäufer. Denn wir sind der Draht, das Bindeglied zu den Kundinnen und Kunden. Seien wir ehrlich, bei den früheren Innovationen, Fernseher, Radio, Walkman, da waren die entscheidenden Fragen, wo bekomme ich das? Kann ich mir das leisten? Und vieles hat sich heute gewandelt. Es gibt heute darüber hinaus auch mehr Fragen. Was brauche ich wirklich aus dem großen Angebot? Was ist denn genau für mich das Passende? Und welcher Kauf ist eine nachhaltige Entscheidung? Denn Technik beansprucht unsere natürlichen Ressourcen. Und wer erklärt mir das bitte alles mal mit der KI, mit der digitalen Technologie, mit dieser Vernetzung? Das, meine Damen und Herren, ist unsere Aufgabe. Dafür kommen die Kunden zu uns. Und hier vertrauen uns die Kunden. Wir als Handel sind der Wegbereiter für die Zukunft. Wir nehmen die Kunden an die Hand und ihre Produkte alle mit. Und genau das ist unser Match zwischen Ihnen, den Herstellern, und uns mit unseren vielen Wegen zu den Kundinnen und Kunden, denn wir sind Omnichannel. Sie liefern die Innovation, wir geben die Orientierung. Und in dieser Welt, die sich in einem so unglaublichen Tempo verändert, geht es mehr denn je um Vertrauen. Wem die Kunden als Händler vertrauen, der hat Relevanz. Und wer als Händler Relevanz hat, ist der beste Partner für die Hersteller. Wir haben jährlich 2,2 Milliarden Kundenkontakte im Store, über die App, in den Service-Centern, bei der Installation zu Hause, über Chatbots, über die Website. Und ganz bescheiden gesagt, das hat sonst keiner. Wir sind Europas Nummer 1 für Consumer Electronics. Gut für die Kunden, gut für uns und gut für Sie, liebe Hersteller, liebe Partner. Und ich möchte mich an dieser Stelle bei Ihnen allen für die Zusammenarbeit bedanken. Mit so viel Vertrauen, so viel partnerschaftlicher Zusammenarbeit über so lange Zeit und viele Jahre. Wenn es darum geht, Innovationen in die Welt, in den Alltag der Menschen zu bringen, die das Leben der Menschen angenehmer und besser machen, dann geht das nur gemeinsam. Und ich möchte Sie einmal mitnehmen in unser Unternehmen, in unsere Strategie, in der wir den Handel ein Stück weit neu erfinden. Kommen Sie einfach mal mit in unsere Stores. Wir investieren in unsere Stores, machen sie zu Erlebniswelten, in die man kommt, wenn man kaufen will, klar. In die man kommt, wenn man Beratung will, in die man eben aber auch kommen kann, wenn man nur was erleben will. Mit vielen Optionen und Flächen, auch für Sie als Hersteller, wo man Sie und Ihre Produkte anfassen, ausprobieren, erleben kann. Aber es geht auch noch eine Nummer größer mit unseren Lighthouses. Und gestern haben wir ein so neues Erlebniszentrum in Hamburg eröffnet, der größte Technikstore Europas auf 15.000 Quadratmeter mit fast 50 Partnerboutiquen, 3.500 Quadratmeter Gaming, Erlebniswelt Experion. Auch in Hamburg ist jetzt Gamescom, nur jeden Tag. Und diese Idee bauen wir aus in den Metropolen. 20 Lighthouses in ganz Europa wird es bis 2026 geben. Und dort, wo es in unserem Netzwerk bislang noch Lücken gibt, da setzen wir auf unser kompaktes Format, das nennen wir Express. Unser Konzept als Nahversorger, der genau das hat, was man auch mal schnell braucht, wie der Lebensmittelladen. In Italien kooperieren wir hier zum Beispiel mit einem klassischen, führenden Nahversorger aus der Lebensmittelbranche. Manch einer kennt ihn vielleicht aus dem Urlaub, vielleicht die Märkte von Bennett. Und hier werden wir bald in mehr als 20 Bennett-Stores vertreten sein. Unser klares Ziel, die weißen Flecken auf der Landkarte erschließen, dort sein, wo unsere Kunden sind. Und ich habe eben gesagt, Relevanz erhält man durch Vertrauen. Das stimmt. Relevanz erhält man aber auch durch Präsenz, durch überzeugende Präsenz über alle Kanäle. Das ist Omnichannel. An MediaMarkt darf kein Weg vorbeiführen. Das ist unser Ziel. Daran arbeiten wir auch für Sie, liebe Hersteller, liebe Partner. Relevant wird man durch Vertrauen. Relevant wird man durch Präsenz. Relevant wird man durch Service. Und jetzt kommt noch ein Punkt. Relevanz wird man durch Schnelligkeit. Der Lifestyle unserer Kunden ist Tempo. Was ich will, das will ich schnell. Und was macht ein guter Händler? Der stellt sich darauf ein. Wer bei uns was online findet und es sofort haben will, das neueste Game oder nur das Geschenk für die Party am Abend, der kriegt das auch sofort. Innerhalb von 90 Minuten. Nach Hause, ins Büro oder ins Hotel. Und aktuell funktioniert das schon in rund 120 Städten. Und wir werden hier weiter wachsen. Die MediaMarkt-Sofortlieferung in 90 Minuten geliefert. In Kooperation mit Uber. Und das wird von unseren Kunden wirklich toll angenommen. Es funktioniert klasse und ich nutze das selber, auch die Direktlieferung, regelmäßig. Und damit setzen wir einen neuen Benchmark.
In unter 90 Minuten die neueste Technik geliefert bekommen. Das macht MediaMarktSaturn jetzt möglich und setzt durch die Kooperation mit Uber neue Standards. Wenige Klicks und los geht's. Produkt aussuchen, Lieferadresse angeben, Uber auswählen. Die Zeit läuft. Im Gepäck Elektronik von MediaMarktSaturn bis zu 23 Kilogramm. Ab April an über 200 Standorten deutschlandweit. Mit dem Fahrrad oder dem Auto. Ob klein, ob groß, ob Ladekabel oder TV. MediaMarktSaturn setzt neue Maßstäbe mit einem Versprechen. Wir liefern schneller als alle anderen. Online bestellt und direkt aus dem nächsten Mediamarkt oder Saturnmarkt geliefert. Mit einzigartiger Nähe zum Kunden, online und offline. Eine konsequente Omnichannel-Strategie, mit der MediaMarktSaturn ein Zeichen setzt. 90 Minuten und die Lieferung ist da. Zuverlässig und schnell. MediaMarktSaturn hat verstanden, was es heißt, die Kundinnen und Kunden in den Mittelpunkt zu stellen. Und immer schnell für sie da zu sein.
Sie sehen, was Albert Einstein voller Lob und Anerkennung über Sie, die Industrie, gesagt hat. Das nehmen wir auch für uns ein kleines Stück weit als Auftrag und Verpflichtung. Innovation für den Kunden. Den Handel genauso weiterzuentwickeln, um mit dem Tempo der Veränderung Schritt zu halten. Und ich habe noch einen letzten Punkt, um den wir uns nicht nur bemühen, sondern der uns am Herzen liegt. Weil es auch hier um Relevanz geht, nämlich Relevanz durch Purpose. Die Kunden sollen erleben, dass wir es ernst nehmen, mit unserem Anspruch und mit ihnen. Wir sind da. Das ist unser Versprechen. Wir beraten, damit die Kunden das für sie Beste bekommen. Wir finanzieren, damit sie es sich leisten können. Wir reparieren, damit der Kauf nachhaltig bleibt. Wir kaufen das Produkt zurück, damit es recycelt oder ein zweites Leben bekommen kann. Sie sehen Vertrauen, Präsenz, Schnelligkeit und Haltung. Das, was oft Purpose heißt. Damit sind wir das Bindeglied zwischen Ihnen und den Kunden. Und dass die Kunden das annehmen, dass die Kunden uns vertrauen, das zeigt die jüngere Entwicklung bei uns. Unser Loyalty-Programm MediaMarktSaturn hat mittlerweile über 40 Millionen Mitglieder. Und es werden immer mehr. Das sind Kunden, zu denen wir dauerhaft einen Draht haben. Kunden, liebe Partner aus der Industrie, auf die Sie sich auch verlassen können, denen wir gemeinsam Mehrwert bieten können. Meine Damen und Herren, wenn die IFA schon immer der Treffpunkt für die war, die mit ihren Ideen Zukunft gestalten, dann sehen Sie an meinen Ausführungen, wir sind mehr als bereit. Wir denken voraus und wir gehen voraus. Wir denken den Handel der Zukunft und wir bauen den Handel der Zukunft. Unser Angebot steht. Lassen Sie uns gemeinsam den Weg in die Zukunft unserer Branche gehen. Die Welt wird sicher nicht einfacher, die Herausforderung auch nicht. Es sind die starken Partnerschaften, mit denen die Schritte in die Zukunft belastbar und stärker werden. Wenn andere meckern, wenn andere den Kopf in den Sand stecken, wenn andere die Angst lähmt, hallo Berlin, dann braucht es auch die, die zuversichtlich die Dinge in die Hand nehmen. Das haben die Menschen in Deutschland verdient. Das hat unser Land verdient, Europa. Dass wir miteinander zeigen, der Standort Deutschland hat eine Zukunft. Und ich bin mir sicher, ich weiß Sie ja alle an meiner Seite. Meine Damen und Herren, Innovationen prägen die IFA. Neue Produkte und auch große Neuigkeiten. Um an diese Tradition anzuknüpfen, möchte ich heute auch etwas noch sagen. Denn wir waren schon länger auf der Suche nach jemandem, der unser Team MediaMarktSaturn verstärkt. Jemand, der zu uns passt. Jemand, der uns noch besser macht. Jemand, der dafür brennt, unsere Geschichte sichtbar mitzugestalten. Jemand, der auch ein starker Markenbotschafter für uns ist. Und dieser Mann, der hat im Fernsehen zuletzt verkündet, er würde jetzt mal aufhören mit seinem bisherigen Job. Da habe ich mir gedacht, da könnte doch bei uns anfangen. Denn Relevanz bekommt man auch durch Echtheit. Und echt ist er wie kein anderer. Dazu geht er immer nach vorne, genau wie wir. Und die Menschen lieben ihn. Er ist ein Botschafter Deutschlands in der Welt. Er ist the normal one. Und doch so besonders. Er ist der Welttrainer des Jahres und er ist unser neuer Markenbotschafter Jürgen Klopp.
Let's go!
Hallo Carsten. Während ihr euch rund 100 Jahre IFA feiert, müssen wir hier noch mal ein bisschen arbeiten. Du weißt, worum es geht. Und jetzt kannst du es allen anderen auch sagen. Ich verrate es nicht.
Let's go!
Machen wir nochmal. Zum Glück hat jemand dazwischen gequatscht. Kann ich den schieben. Mein Spitzname ist eigentlich One Take.
Let's go.
Meine Damen und Herren, 100 Jahre IFA. Und wie geht es weiter? Gerade in diesen Zeiten, die Kriege, die Inflation, der Konsum. Es läuft um uns herum nicht so, wie man es sich wünscht. Aber meine Damen und Herren, wir leben hier und heute in diesen Zeiten, wie sie nun mal sind. Wir können nicht auf bessere Zeiten warten, das könnte dauern. Also müssen wir unsere Zeit selber prägen und selber gestalten. Anpacken, zupacken, mit Mut, mit Kraft und mit Zuversicht. Eine Branche, die hier auf der IFA seit 100 Jahren eine so beachtliche Innovationsgeschichte schreibt, die wird auch die nächsten 100 Jahre Innovationsgeschichte schreiben. Erst recht, wenn wir das gemeinsam tun und uns um die Kunden kümmern. Mit Neugier, mit Erfindungsgeist und mit der Begeisterung für Technologie. So wie es uns Albert Einstein aufgetragen hat. Mit Neugier, Spieltrieb und Fantasie. Sie bei den Innovationen und wir bei den vielen Wegen, wie wir Ihre Innovationen zu den Kunden bringen. Ich wünsche uns allen eine sehr erfolgreiche IFA. Vielen Dank.
Ja, ich kann nur sagen, ich glaube, ich kaufe jetzt nur noch bei MediaMarktSaturn ein. Also seitdem ich gehört habe, dass man in 90 Minuten seine...
Das freut mich, dass das ab jetzt passiert.
Und der Jürgen Klopp, ne, ist auch eine ziemlich coole Person. Also
Super stark.
meine Damen und Herren, Sie können jetzt Fragen stellen. Ja. Oh, wir haben sogar schon eine. Wir warten noch, dass Sie ein Mikro bekommen, damit wir Sie hören können. Ich habe nur noch eine Frage an Sie. Sie haben ja von Innovationen gesprochen, der Walkman, die Playstation und so weiter und so fort. Wenn Sie jetzt mal so zurückblicken, was ist denn in Ihrer Meinung nach ganz persönlich so die beeindruckendste Innovation für Sie persönlich?
In den letzten 100 Jahren.
Ja.
Ja, das ist natürlich aber sehr Persönliches, aber wenn man sich die ganze Computerentwicklung mal so anschaut, ist eine Sache, die mir immer in den Sinn kommt, der Transistor. Das war Ende der 50er, die Bell Labs. Das war der Startschuss für das IT-Zeitalter. Und das braucht nach so einer Erfindung 30 Jahre, bis das dann Mainstream wird. Und dann wurde ich in den 80ern Mainstream mit dem Commodore 64. Was für ein Computer, 64 Kilobyte, kann man sich heute gar nicht mehr vorstellen. Ich glaube, ich sehe einige im Raum, die wissen gar nicht, worüber ich rede. Aber was man aus 64 Kilobyte alles rausholen kann, auch an Grafik, das war schon der Hammer.
Mhm. Und wenn wir jetzt überlegen, dass wir in die Ära des Quantencomputings uns hinbewegen, dann...
Sowas braucht auch 30 Jahre.
Genau. Der Herr.
Herzlichen Dank, mein Name ist Thomas Kolb. Ich bin Chefredakteur des norddeutschen Digitalisierungsmagazins Hanse Valley. Entschuldigung. Am Montag war ein freundlicher Mitarbeiter an der Mönckebergstraße so nett und drückte mir einen Prospekt in die Hand und ich guckte auf das ehemalige Saturnhaus und sah, dass ganz fleißig gearbeitet wurde. Und Sie haben eben ja das neue MediaMarkt Lighthouse präsentiert. Erstmal vielen Dank, dass Sie Hamburg zur Games-Hauptstadt oder mit zur Games-Hauptstadt machen. Mich würde ein wenig interessieren, wie geht es denn mit der Markenentwicklung weiter? Sie sind im Augenblick mit 2 Marken unterwegs. Ich bin hier in Berlin zu Hause, kaufe gerne bei Saturn im Europacenter ein. Andere Kunden gehen gerne zum Mediamarkt. Wie halten Sie es mit Ihrer Markenstrategie? Wird irgendwann das nette Orange komplett weggekippt und nur noch schwarz-rot? Also sprich, wie es in Österreich ja der Fall ist, werden Sie eine Einmarkenstrategie aufsetzen. Was planen Sie? In Teilen gehen Sie ja schon mit Media World, einer neuen Dachmarke, los. Das würde mich interessieren.
Also erstmal haben wir mit Saturn, danke für die Frage, mit Saturn und MediaMarkt 2 unglaublich starke Marken, gerade in Deutschland. Sie haben es beschrieben. Wir haben unheimlich viele Kunden, die gehen sehr gerne zum Saturn. Und selbst wenn der MediaMarkt ganz in der Nähe ist, dann gehen die zum Saturn, nicht zum MediaMarkt und umgekehrt. Und das ist gut und das soll auch so bleiben. und wir werden auch Saturn weiter stärken. Gehen Sie nur hier in Berlin am Alexanderplatz, da haben wir unser Lighthouse MediaMarkt im Alexa und direkt gegenüber haben wir unseren wunderbaren Saturn-Store auch komplett renoviert, der übrigens auch Xperion auf der obersten Etage hat, was auch super angenommen wird. Wir haben gerade im Gaming von Saturn als Marke unglaublich gelernt und das soll auch so bleiben. Aber richtig ist auch, wir machen immer, wenn wir einen Markt anfassen, gucken wir uns an, welche Marke ist, sagen wir, besser geeignet. Da kommt halt oft MediaMarkt rum und dann ziehen wir uns das andere Trikot an und dann funktioniert das auch.
Weitere Fragen, trauen Sie sich ruhig. Sonst habe ich noch ein paar Fragen, die ich eigentlich ganz interessant finde. So. Sie haben ja etwas erwähnt, Sie haben ja, Moment, auf Englisch oder auf Deutsch?
Auf Deutsch.
Gut,
Mein Name
perfekt.
ist Osman Touray von Euromonitor. Was wir machen, ist tatsächlich Richtung Marktforschung. Meine Frage wäre, die Sofortlieferung ist in Südostasien schon verbreitet. Welche Herausforderungen sehen Sie für die Sofortlieferung in Deutschland hier?
Die Akustik ist schlecht. Was ist in Südostasien verbreitet?
Sofortlieferung.
Die Sofortlieferung.
Ach, Sofortlieferung. In Südostasien. Ja, also wir schauen gerne nach Südostasien, weil wir da vielfach Innovationen sehen, die wir gerne in Europa hätten. Wir sind natürlich jetzt wir sind als MediaMarkt der größte Player in Europa, sind aber in Europa vertreten, deshalb fühle ich mich nicht imstande, haben jetzt auch nicht direkt vor, nach Südostasien zu expandieren, von daher kann ich da jetzt nicht so viel sagen.
Ich glaube, das Thema Sofortlieferung ist vielleicht ganz interessant, weil Sie haben das ja angetriggert. Ne? Das ist ja jetzt ein Service, den es in, glaube ich, 3 Städten in Deutschland gibt. Wie kann man sich das vorstellen? Also ich bestelle jetzt einfach, bin zu Hause oder im Hotel, zack, 90 Minuten oder sogar noch kürzer, habe ich gehört. Ne? Kann ich dann einen Kühlschrank bestellen?
Also es ist so, bis 23 Kilo und alles, was im Kofferraum passt. Also wenn es ein kleiner Kühlschrank ist, geht das. Aber ansonsten kann man sich alles im Sortiment bestellen online, was dann der ausliefernde Markt in 120 Städten dann auch sozusagen vorrätig hat. Also man hat dann sozusagen als Kunde 3 Optionen. Man kann dann klicken, ich schicke es mir aus dem Online oder den Kühlschrank, der wird dann angeliefert, installiert. Oder ich komme es mir direkt abholen oder ich fahre natürlich dann auch in den Markt. Oder er macht das mit der Sofortlieferung, 90 Minuten. Und 90 Minuten ist natürlich ein Kundenversprechen bis zu 90 Minuten. Meine erste Lieferung war 44, dann hatte ich mal eine mit 22 und in der Regel so zwischen 30 und 40. Aber wir hatten auch schon, was noch schneller war. Da waren, glaube ich, 12 Minuten. Dann habe ich gefragt, wie das denn geht. Das war so, das war in Berlin und der Kunde wohnte gegenüber. Und dann ist der rübergelaufen.
Lustig. Ja, das ist der Wahnsinn. Das kann man sich, also es ist praktisch, würde ich mal sagen.
Ja, es ist praktisch und was mich auch freut, ich gucke mir das natürlich auch immer kritisch an, wie dieser ganze Kundenprozess ist. Man wird also gut abgeholt, gut informiert, man muss einen 4-stelligen Code sagen, da kann ja jeder kommen sonst und das funktioniert wirklich prima. Und wir holen auch das Kundenfeedback ein und das ist wirklich überwältigend positiv.
Ja, das glaube ich. Ne? Sie haben es ja selber erwähnt, Schnelligkeit ist eines der wichtigen Faktoren, um relevant zu bleiben. Absolut. Jetzt noch mal eine letzte Frage und zwar Jürgen Klopp. Wir wollen alle wissen, was Sie mit ihm geplant haben.
Ja, wir haben natürlich schon ein bisschen mit ihm im Hintergrund gearbeitet. Das war auch hier in Berlin und wir bereiten uns natürlich auch auf Weihnachten vor. Und zu Weihnachten haben wir natürlich nicht nur tolle Angebote, aber auch machen wir immer was werblich. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass er da ein bisschen mithilft. Und wir werden mit ihm schon enger zusammenarbeiten. Auch unsere Kolleginnen und Kollegen an den Standorten werden ihn sicherlich auch erleben. Und ich glaube, wenn die das heute jetzt auch miterleben und hören, wird denen das auch nochmal, weil wer möchte nicht auch für Jürgen Klopp auflaufen. Und da wird er uns auch deutlich unterstützen. Also da freuen wir uns auf das Projekt.
Das heißt, seine Auszeit, die hat er sich jetzt doch nicht genommen.
Ist eine andere Beschäftigung,
ja,
nicht?
Doch eine
Aber
Beschäftigung.
ist halt ein anderes Team. Aber wir sind ja, Liverpool war rot, wir sind mit MediaMarkt auch rot und Blaumarke auch.
Was will man mehr? Ja, vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank, Herr
Danke
Wildberger. War super, super spannend. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Einmal einen Applaus.
Vielen Dank. Tschüss.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, es ist Zeit für Kaffee. Eine kleine Pause. Wir machen eine kurze Pause und sehen uns dann mit einem Vortrag von NIQ GfK auf Englisch. Bis bald.
Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk höret,
Das Farbfernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Welcome to anyone who is just joining us. We're going to continue in English. My name is Miele and I want to welcome you to IFA and to the innovation stage. And I hope you're all doing well and are refreshed, ready to kick off the day. Now, as you know, the consumer electronics market has faced a lot of disruption in the last few years. It's been one crisis after the other, especially in the past 4 years. I'm not going to mention them. I think everybody knows it's been tough, right? But as our friend Albert Einstein, who was here in 1930 actually, said, in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. We don't want to be too philosophical today, but I think there is a lot of truth to that. In this disruptive and uncertain environment, it becomes even more important to really understand the needs of consumers and to understand what they're doing. How are they going to be making their decisions, right? Well, luckily we have an organization here today that is not only the trusted source of information when it comes to helping businesses like yourselves navigate the uncertain environment and this kind of labyrinth of uncertainty, but it's an organization that also happens to be celebrating their 90th birthday this year. It's pretty impressive, so happy birthday. Now, to fill us in on the market dynamics, on consumer spending, consumer trends, on innovation trends, and future industry directions, I would now like to give a very warm welcome to the President of Global Retail for NIQ GfK, who merged last year. So please join me in welcoming Michael McLaughlin.
Hello, IFA, and great to be here with you today in what is, of course, the 100-year celebration. Now, for me, it's a really exciting time in terms of how products are developing, and we're going to talk a little bit about innovation, obviously, this morning. Now, Miele just talked about anniversaries. GfK celebrated its 90th anniversary this year, having been founded here in Germany, in Nuremberg, in 1934. And as she also said, GfK merged with Nielsen IQ last year. And Nielsen IQ also had a notable anniversary last year, 100 years, having been founded in 1923 in Chicago by Arthur Nielsen. And Arthur Nielsen, perhaps you may not know this, is of course the person who invented market share, a key metric that we all use to run our businesses today. So the combination of GfK and NIQ brings together the world's largest consumer intelligence company, and we can now offer the truly full view of buying behavior. So let's start by just having a quick look at some of the innovations in the last 100 years. And by no means can we do justice to all of that innovation on just one slide. I was thinking this morning as I was coming in the taxi about all the products and all the technologies that would have been featured here at IFA over the last 10 decades. Wouldn't it be fantastic to have a time machine and be able to go back and see some of those shows from years gone by? But here's a few snippets. So let's start in the 1920s. Now, it's fair to say that for most of us here in the room and for most of us here at the show, the level of technological development in 1920 would be unimaginable. It was so far behind, of course, where we are today, which says a lot about innovation in the last 100 years. But in 1920, the first scheduled radio broadcast took place. Consumers were starting to purchase transistor radios for their homes, and it was really one of the first sources of in-home entertainment, followed by television in the 1950s. Moving through the decades that followed, we saw a lot of innovation around domestic appliances. A lot of tasks which previously had been manual in the home had machines to do them. Irons, electric washing machines, electric ovens, and so on. And then into the 70s and 80s, we saw another explosion in terms of home entertainment with video games consoles and the first home computers really becoming affordable. And what this was not just hardware sales into the home, but it was actually the very first platforms. Consumers could buy into these hardware, and then they could purchase future software at their discretion, and they could purchase other hardware to enhance their setup. So it was the beginning of those platforms starting then. And of course, through the 90s into the noughties, the internet, we all know what that's brought. Mobile phones into smartphones, of course, the iPhone in 2007 really brought together a lot of other technologies into one device. You know, things like sat-navs, MP3 players, cameras, you know, things that used to be isolated devices coming together as one in the iPhone. And then, of course, the pandemic. I mention this not because it's product innovation, but because it brought a lot of retail innovation in 2020 and onwards. And a lot of commentators talk about, you know, 5 to 10 years of retail development happening in 2 years because of the changing in shopping habits through the pandemic. What it does mean in terms of shopping is that, you know, consumers have a higher level of convenience, they're always connected, they're much more informed, and they can shop anywhere at any time. And that really takes us forward in terms of the world that we now go into. So let's talk a little bit about where we are today before I go into the piece around innovation. So the chart you see on the slide here shows quite a bumpy chart for technical consumer goods over the last few years. And of course, you know, normally the market is not this volatile. This is significant volatility caused by COVID. And you can see here, obviously, you know, the low in 2019, the negative trend. Going into 2020, slightly positive. The first half of the year, very negative, while the world was learning how to deal with COVID. The second half of the year, with the in-home experience that people were then having, really started to pick up sales. And by that time, retailers were more organized in working in that new normal. That led to the best ever year in terms of sales in 2021. And you can see the peak there. That's the best year that technical consumer goods has ever had. But of course, it couldn't be followed, because after that, with the world returning more to normal, that could not sustain. Consumers had purchased during those years. They had new products in their homes. They'd invested their money. So naturally, the market declined. But actually, what we see now coming out of this curve is we see the market being slightly down this year, with a forecast for this year, the full year, to be flat. And sorry, just to be clear, slightly down on the half year with a forecast to the full year to be flat. So actually, if we get back to flat this year, we then move into the situation of the replacement cycles coming up from the COVID time in 2025 and onwards, which will bring future sales. But of course, we live, you know, I talked a little about this before, we live in a VUCA world these days. That's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. These are all factors which make it much more difficult for businesses to plan, to act, and to analyze. But actually, through the insights that I'll share with you over the next 20 minutes or so, you'll see how our data can support you in making some of these decisions. So let's start with the trend by sector. Now, what you'll see on here is in the shaded bars, that's the sales volume, and the solid bars is the sales value. And what you can see here is that volume is outperforming value. So people are purchasing. People are buying products at the moment, but it varies quite significantly from sector to sector. Now, the delta, the actual worst deltas between volume and value is actually in the domestic appliances, in MDA and SDA. But actually, the most negative overall is in IT and office. And of course, part of that comes from the fact that I talked about from COVID and people purchasing the products and having them in their homes. I mean, that's going to change in 2025 and onwards with the replacement cycle, as I said. But that's the biggest numbers there. So people are buying. It's a positive story in that sense, but they're looking for value. They're not just going to buy and buy something at the highest price. Price is still a key factor, and I'll talk about this later on, but they are still buying, prioritizing affordability and value. So there are many different triggers, and when you look across the sectors, you can see some of the different triggers here. So, TV over on the left there, we know the TV market is saturated. It's been saturated for many years, and actually it really relies on events to drive sales. So this year, it's been a great year for events. We've had the Olympics. We've obviously had the European Championships here as well. And actually, that has made a slight dent in the quarterly sales growth that you can see on TV there, but it is a highly saturated market. If you look at smartphones, it really relies on the replacement cycle. Most consumers take their smartphone on a period of 2 years, 3 years, whatever that may be, and they replace it at the end of that. But what we have seen is that replacement cycle extending. So when they come to the end of their initial term on their phone, they may extend it by taking a SIM-free option or something like that. So even in smartphone, where we do have that reliance on replacement cycle, that is extending. Washing machines saw some base effect from the new energy labels, which came out in 2021, but really it's a very stable market, and you saw some of the deltas on the chart before that I showed you. Mobile computing has high saturation, exceptionally high saturation after COVID, and continues to struggle because of that. We've seen some bright spots in media tablets, and this is really driven by affordability of performance, because what's happened is some of the performance factors in tablets, which before were simply unaffordable for consumers, have become more affordable with the commoditization of technology. And actually, there's more use of media tablets in education now, more parents buying them for their kids to use at school, so that's supporting the growth in media tablets, and it is one of the bright spots there. And on the end of air conditioners, this is another driving factor in terms of why people purchase, but they simply have to because of the climate change in the world, the weather getting hotter, people are having to buy those products which they didn't have to buy before. So the point is the demand triggers vary from sector to sector, and it's useful to understand what they are to be able to operate in those sectors. Now, the next slide talks about innovation specifically and new products coming to market. And you can see significant numbers of new products come to market every year, nearly 110,000 in 2023. But innovation is not a straight line. And not all consumers appreciate what I would call the invisible technical innovation. These things are not apparent in product design. So this can result in limited consumer pull for the very latest models. These latest models, of course, usually come with higher prices as well. So let's take an example. In the first half of 2023, 41% of TV sales were models launched 2 or more years ago. If we go back to 2019, 29% of models were in that bracket. So you can see that consumers are actively purchasing older models rather than the newest ones that have come to market. Now, of course, some of this comes down to, supply. At the end of the day, there's stock in the channel, so there'll be offers on these products to clear them through and sell them, but consumers are happy to buy those rather than buy the latest model. And if you think about visible innovation, TV is probably one of the best categories to talk about visible innovation. Think about when we went from CRT back in the early noughties or the late noughties to the flat screen televisions that we have today. Significant visible innovation. There's a real reason for the consumer to come and buy. But actually, there's not a lot of that these days, and the latest models look broadly similar to the previous models. The other good example is the shift from desktop to laptop PCs. Again, significant visible innovation, which really drives a difference in consumer purchasing. These significant visible innovations only happen from time to time. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we keep the consumers buying when there isn't that obvious visible innovation? One good example of that at the moment, and you can see it on the chart here with vacuum cleaners, is the robot vacuum cleaner, because clearly it's completely visible, it looks completely different to the previous models, and you can see on the slide how that's outperforming and more new models coming to the market. Okay, so we know that innovation is key to sustain the positive dynamic in sales, and that's been the case for the whole of the last 100 years. That's not just true now. So let's look at innovation, not only in product, but also in the consumer touch points and the retail purchase triggers. So the first thing I'm going to look at is some data from consumers, from our GfK Consumer Life Survey 2024. This is American data, and put simply, we just want to understand from consumers what they want. What does innovation mean to them? And actually, when you look at it, it makes a lot of sense. They want to do things more easily. I talked about the major domestic appliances that came through, between 1930 and 1960. All of that was about doing something much more easily. They were manual tasks before. They want to provide a solution to a problem that they have, links with an easier way of doing something. What's become really big is well-being and health. People now want devices, they want products, they want ecosystems that will support their well-being and health, and that's really come forward. You can see that's moving up in the chart there from the previous survey. And the other thing people want is simplification. They don't want tasks to be too complicated. They don't want the machines they use to be too technical, or at least not from the user experience perspective. They want them to be straightforward. And there's one other thing on here which I just want to call out. Number 7, actually dropping slightly, a less expensive way of doing something, which is interesting because we talked about price and obviously how important price is in these markets. Okay, so from this, we can build a very simple innovation framework. And really, looking at product, there are 5 aspects, which I've called out there, but also adding sustainability, because sustainability is really important these days in terms of product design and going to market. So this is talking about some of the niche growth that we see in innovative features, and really the data supports the argument, because you can see here at the bottom, you can see in the black numbers, so take vacuum cleaners plus 3%, that's the performance of the overall category, okay? And this is January to June 24 in sales value. The colored numbers that sit above the black legend for each category is the growth of a niche feature within that. And you can see how there is innovation here. Take the steam function on washing machines growing at 8% versus the overall category being down 2%. These innovative features are driving sales and driving value into the market. And these really link, if you think about the innovation framework that I talked about on the previous slide, these really link with the innovation framework because they're about convenience, they're about health, hygiene, and wellness. I mean, the steam function is a good example of that. Healthy appliances grew 3% this year, and wearables grew 5%. And they're about user-centered design. This is what consumers want, and it comes through in the sales numbers. So 2 of the top drivers for innovation, as I said, were convenience and, of course, sustainability. Now, this is highly enabled by smart products. They are all about convenience, making your life easier, connecting into the ecosystem, and so on. Now, there are a number of smart products today that have really become mainstream, and the ones over here on the right-hand side, this is talking about smart functionality only on this chart. So all the products here, obviously there's a non-smart option and there's a smart option. These days, increasingly a smart option, but you can see how things like robot vacuum cleaners, TVs, thermostats, intruder security and visual cams are now really mainstream. People see the benefit, people see the convenience, and they are buying the smart functionality products rather than their older models from the past. Now, in terms of the penetration, you start to look at some of the things below that. There are a certain amount of products here which are now starting to get towards the point where they could have consumer pull. So the green is really talking about, at that point, the consumers demand it, they want it, they will ask for it, they will buy it. Actually, the blue, we've got the industry push. And there's quite a few products there, you know, from air treatment up to door communication, where actually the industry push is still taking place, but it's nearly at the point where it's reached that mainstream point. However, there are others down at the bottom there, and some of these have been around for quite a while. I mean, LED lamps, you know, they're not really new these days. They've been around for several years. They haven't really made it past the early adopter market yet. And this is the difference in categories. We'll see more of this as we go forwards with, you know, new things coming to market, new smart technologies. But this is where I talk about the visible innovation and how understandable is it for the consumer, how obvious is it for the consumer to be able to really pick up on that and say, that's something that I want in my home. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the evolving consumer touch points. Now, we need to talk about online here, first of all, because this really affects the way that consumers are interacting with brands, with retailers today. And actually, you know, online sales for technical consumer goods now overall represent 36% of revenue. Now, that's significant. That is far ahead of where it was pre-COVID, and you can see obviously the legend on this chart goes back to 2021, so it doesn't quite go back to pre-COVID, but the numbers have grown significantly. Now, in markets like Europe, actually we've seen a slight decline in online from the COVID times to today, going from 41 to 39 and 44 to 39 in Western and Eastern Europe. But in China, we've seen it continue to go higher. And now it's nearly 50% of sales in China, which is just absolutely staggering. Emerging Asia's dipped a bit, but still strong. Developed Asia stays strong off the back of COVID. Middle East and Africa has also grown since COVID, and LATAM has only dropped slightly. The point to bear in mind here is that the development that we saw in online retail sales, and actually online sales from brands as well, was heavily accelerated by COVID. So we are far ahead of where we would have been. Traditional retail still holds the largest share of tech and durable sales, but of course remember that even the traditional sales are now heavily influenced by digital touchpoints through that sales process. So one of those expanded touch points is, of course, D2C. So we saw this trend coming out during the pandemic time. It's continued since then. And consumers using this channel, they perceive a more tailored experience. So what you're looking at here is some data from one of our consumer studies. This is GfK Neuron Consumer. And we're looking at markets across Europe here. And you can see some of the reasons why people have chosen to buy directly from a manufacturer rather than from a retailer. These are actual consumers who have made a purchase in the last 6 months. Now remember, DTC overall is still a small segment of the total market, but it's growing. But why is it growing? Well, the DTC shoppers, they place importance on after-sales service. They believe, that hassle-free returns, repairs, exchanges are a significant factor in purchasing the product, and they believe that the brands are well equipped to do that for them. They want high-quality product information, helping them make informed decisions before purchasing, but also after purchasing as well. And part of that is obviously having knowledgeable staff that they can interact with, enhancing that shopping experience with tailored recommendations, advice and insights that aren't always available through a retailer. Now, I'm a retail guy. I'm not going to talk the retailers down at all, but sometimes the retail stores are not able to give that type of experience all of the time, whilst the brands are perhaps better positioned to do that. Price and convenience is still really important for D2C shoppers, but actually the factors above can in some cases outweigh the potential cost savings offered through other purchasing methods. Now, this is our Retail Revolution study. We did a survey of about 800 retailers last year, and we wanted to get the retail perspective on what do you think about direct-to-consumer? What's your feelings about this? And as you can see, actually, there's 40% of retailers who are not worried about that because they feel their relationship with manufacturers is in a good place. They add significant value to the relationship, and they provide a really, really strong consumer reach. And of course, retailers these days, moving more towards digital marketing, loyalty schemes, and so on, there is a closer connection with the consumer than perhaps there was in the past. So those 40% aren't worried. We've got 8% who don't know. But actually, we've got over half who are either worried or undecided as of now. Now, this does ring alarm bells for retailers. That's what you can say. With that number in that category, it does ring alarm bells for retailers. So going forward, the dynamic between brand and retailer will continue to change. Okay, so in any event, business models are changing. I've talked about this. There's a few examples on here. Let's look at, payments. It's not just about product innovation, it's about business model innovation as well. How do people pay to consume product these days or to consume services these days? Completely different to what it used to be in the past. And more businesses are playing in this space now. So you buy the product in the first place, but actually there's an opportunity to upgrade a feature in future for a fee. That's a straightforward model that we didn't have in the past. Subscriptions, everyone's got subscriptions these days. You don't buy music anymore. You don't buy video anymore. You consume it on demand through a subscription. Freemium versus premium, you buy something, you get yourself in there, and then you upgrade. It's a bit like the first example where you upgrade within the platform or the model. And there's a lot of pay-as-you-go and pay-per-use models. You can even rent consumer electronics these days. You don't have to buy them. So real changes to the way that payments work and the way that people choose to play with their finances in terms of affording these products. Products and ecosystem. Now, bundling has really moved on. In the old days, you could have, a bundle, you buy a TV, you get a soundbar. That's a fairly straightforward bundling process, and we see a lot of that even today. But bundling's really gone to another level because now you can go into a furniture store and you can buy a whole setup for a one-bedroom flat, for example, as a package with a discount. Or you can buy an IT package for your home office. You can get everything you need in terms of your hardware, minus the laptop to run that home office. So there's lots more creativity around bundling and offers around bundling, really tailoring to consumer needs today. In terms of go-to-market and channels, I'm going to talk a little bit about this in a minute. We see more direct sales. I've talked about that already. We see marketplaces becoming more prevalent and continuing to grow, and of course, increasing levels of social commerce. And there's still a long way to go with social commerce. We've only really seen the beginnings of that at the moment. So let me talk a little bit about marketplaces. Now, marketplaces are really interesting because, as the diagram shows, they are a real connection between the brand and the retailer because both can play in the same space, along with a load of other businesses who may choose to play there as well. Now, for brands, marketplace can be a challenge because it's a diversification of supply into another channel. Sometimes that's not always authorized. You may have, gray market third-party sellers who are selling on those marketplaces. So ultimately, there's more competition. There's obviously more revenue opportunity with marketplace, and it is an additional distribution channel, so that's a positive. But of course, you've also got second-hand products alongside the new products. And in some cases, you may have refurbished products. And I've talked about sustainability today as being an important factor to consumers. You can have, brands and retailers playing in that sustainability space on marketplaces. That's particularly appealing to the younger generations. Now, for retailers, there's an opportunity to leverage more traffic, and you can actually use that traffic sometimes to drive additional traffic into your own website. That obviously creates sales opportunities, but it can also today create retail media opportunities, which is a big play. And you can attract different consumer segments who may not naturally visit your store or visit your online store. Younger generations are keen to purchase on marketplaces. They're very popular for them. And there's more social influences for the younger generations which can take them to marketplaces. So the way to manage these challenges actually is more and better data reconciliation between each of the data owners. And there are at least 3 data owners, if you include the marketplace, in this space. Let's just talk about some marketplace data. This comes from Fox Intelligence, which is a data source from e-receipts that we have in Europe. And it shows the share of third-party marketplace sales versus the first-party marketplace sales in all European markets for TCG. Now, you can see here, actually, in the highest example of Italy, half of the sales on marketplaces are third-party. And for anyone who's not clear, third-party is where a seller, who could be a retailer or a manufacturer or otherwise, sell their products on a marketplace via their own store. They manage their own fulfillment process themselves, including the customer service, the shipping, returns, and so on. So these could be everything from a retailer taking a store on a marketplace to a seller at home who's selling some items out of their garage as a side hustle. So that's quite an interesting dynamic. And if you look at the growth, in every market, the 3P is growing, with the exception of the Republic of Ireland. The Republic of Ireland also has a much lower internet penetration overall than the other European markets, but significant growth in 3P for marketplaces. I also want to comment on the Chinese marketplaces, because a lot of people, or the Chinese platforms, because a lot of people ask about this. And we now have some data that can actually show the impact that these websites are having here in Europe. So this is looking at AliExpress, Shein, Temu, and Moravia. And Moravia is mainly centered in Spain at the moment. I don't think it's launched into too many other European markets so far. But you can actually see that of the e-commerce of goods, these platforms, in some cases, are taking up to 40% now of the e-commerce, which is incredible and really popular with certain parts in terms of the generational splits, which I'll come on and talk about here. So they do have a wide appeal. If you look at Amazon over on the left-hand side there, Amazon's got about 23% of its customers through Gen X, which is 1960 to 1979. You'd expect it to have, obviously, the younger customers shopping with it. But look at Temu over on the other side. 32% of the customers on Temu are Gen X. They've really crossed that generation divide very, very effectively, more so than any of the other Chinese platforms so far. And of course, their marketing is different. I'm sure you've all seen their marketing and the way that it interacts with other websites and things that you may be doing on your phone or your PC. But it's really cutting through, and they're actually having a surprising impact in the older generations. Okay, so talking about the opportunity in terms of social commerce, this is a calculation for what the potential might be for TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop. I always struggle to say that in Western Europe. So we've taken, again, from our Fox Intelligence, we've isolated all the shoppers in our panel in the UK who are basically a member of the TikTok audience, and we've calculated the conversion rate of that audience. We've also looked at how much of that audience are spending with other players in the online space. And we can see that on average, they're spending £86 on TikTok Shop, and they're spending about £1,700 online per year. That's on total e-commerce of goods. So basically, they dedicate 5% of their online spend to TikTok. And if you then take the conversion rate with that spend, you can basically work out what the opportunity is by market. It's significant. I mean, it's still got a long way to go, but it's significant. And this is a view into the future of how big these platforms could become. Okay, let's finish with some retail purchase triggers. So I want to talk a little bit about retail media. I mean, I started the presentation by talking about, the first radio broadcast, the first scheduled radio broadcast in the 1920s. And that was actually not only the advent of in-home entertainment, but that was an opportunity for marketeers at the time to reach consumers in their homes. They didn't really have the ability to do that before. And as I said, TV, really accelerated that from the 1950s and onwards. But actually, where we are today, we are, that's a long, long time ago, and a lot's happened. We are so much more sophisticated today. You look at on the right-hand side there, you can read the rest of the chart, but that's where we are now in terms of retail media. It's the convergence, really, of all the other marketing that we've had that's gone before, even the more sophisticated marketing that's taken place over the last 30 years or so. The convergence of trade, shopper, and brand marketing, and finally, the enablement of personalization at scale. Now, the retail media opportunity is pretty significant. I mean, it's grown. It was 15% of all online ad spends in 2019. That's when online ad spends were around 51 billion. Online ad spends have now gone up significantly to 140 billion, but retail media has grown by 5% in that time as well. So you can see it's becoming a more attractive channel for brands to advertise and obviously reach targeted consumers. Brands are already embracing retail media. It's not a new thing. They're investing in this area, and you can see that in the numbers. But actually, competition for ad space is increasing because more and more retailers are now creating retail media networks of their own. So how does a brand know whether I should go to this retailer or this retailer or this retailer for the maximum impact on my ad spend? And this is why we see more retailers today with media divisions within their company basically talking about the return on ad spend, the incremental return on ad spend, so they can justify why a brand should come to them rather than go to a competitor retailer. So it's really moving. And from a consumer perspective, what's interesting is actually consumers really want personalization. 72% of consumers in a survey that we did for NIQ Activate tell us that they welcome personalization. Now, it does vary in terms of what that looks like, but the top things on there: make it easy for me. It goes back to what I said in the earlier survey. Make it easy for me. Everyone wants convenience. Everyone wants that ease of shopping and that ease of using the product. And that's the main factor which consumers ask for. It's quite surprising, actually, how open consumers are to this. When it's done right, they very much welcome it. You often hear people complaining about, I got, an irrelevant email. Why am I getting spam? Why have I got all this junk mail? That's when it's not done correctly. But when you get to that level of absolute personalization, you can do it well, it really resonates with the consumer. You're shopping for something, you're in the market for something, the relevant advert arrives at that time, perfect. It really resonates, and numbers here show it across a number of different factors. Now, price is still important. Price sensitivity remains high. 46% of consumers that we survey still say price is one of the most important factors for them. But in the good news, looking at the consumer financial position, look at the sentiment year over year. Actually, 37% of our respondents were saying in mid-22 that they were going to be worse off this year than they were last year. That number's now dropped to 32% in mid-24. So consumer confidence, consumer sentiment is improving, but price still remains a highly sensitive topic. I want to talk a little bit about promotions as well. So there are more promotional events now than we used to have. So look at over on the right-hand side there, 2019, there were 11 core weeks of promotion. Now, these are the big promotions that we see. This is things like Christmas, New Year, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, 11/11, Singles Day, 6/18, the Amazon Prime. These are the really, really big promotional events. There was 11 weeks in 2019. There's been 15 weeks in 2023, so these promotional cycles are becoming more commonplace, and actually they're taking more sales. 34% of TCG sales in 2023 came out of those top promotional events. That's up 5% on 2019. But of course, the question everyone asks is, well, what type of promotion should we run? And I'm going to go through this very quickly because there's actually a lot of complexity in what is a very, very simple chart. The bottom line is when you analyze the types of promotions, the sales they generate and their effectiveness and their incremental sales, the best type of promotion to go for still remains a pure price promotion, and that hasn't changed. The number of price promotions run is actually lower than 58% in terms of volume, but the incremental value that they generate is higher. But bundle offers, I talked about bundling earlier, bundling offers are becoming more popular again and showing more traction in the market. And cashback, obviously it's a slightly more convoluted way to ultimately give a price discount, doesn't resonate as well, but there is still some cashback offers out there and performing at 6%. Okay, so to finish, let's imagine a picture of the future. Here we are talking about, 100 years of development, 100 years of innovation, 100 years of IFA, 100 years of NIQ, 90 years of GfK. I mean, these are all incredible numbers, but let's think about what the world might look like in 50 years' time and how people might shop. So firstly, bear in mind that the consumer will be completely in control. They are already well on their way today to being in control, but they will be completely in control in 50 years' time, and probably even before 50 years' time. The abundance of information they will have at their fingertips, the personalization and tailorization of that information will really put them in the driving seat. Every sale that takes place will be digitally influenced. There will be no sales remaining that are no longer digitally influenced. And look at even the older generation shopping on Temu today. It's a great example of how they're already embracing this. That will be completely different in 50 years' time. Even in stores, there will still be stores, but even in stores, there will be a significant amount of AI working those stores. It won't just be AI. We need human intelligence as well. There will still be some humans in those stores, but AI will do more of the work. There'll be fewer stores as a result of that. There will be fewer shopping malls, but there'll be higher quality stores. They'll be more like destinations, and they'll offer a different sort of experience to what you see in retail today. The main purpose of stores won't be to sell product. The main purpose of stores will be to provide fulfillment as part of a wider network for that retailer, but also to provide a social experience. Because people could do all of this stuff from home. They don't have to go to the store even now. In future, it'll be even easier for them to do this stuff from home. But they will want to go to the store because humans are social creatures. So there will be the need to offer those experiences in store to make the people come to the stores. The advances in AI will enable significant improvements in demand forecasting. Supply chain will be a lot more seamless than it is today. That will enable much more right product, right place, right time, and it will also enable less wastage in the supply chain as well. So where I talked about people buying old models of televisions, there'll be less of that in future because they simply won't be there. They'll have sold out within a shorter time scale. The channels will be merged. There will be a complete blurring between physical and digital shopping. Retailers and brands will have even deeper relationships with customers. This comes through the loyalty schemes and the expected level of personalization that consumers have today. And product fulfillment will be almost entirely automated, which of course also supports personalization and an easier shopping experience for the consumer. And there's one final point I want to make. So consumables will only be sold via subscription modules in future, or models in future. Shopping will be more about the interesting and discretionary items that people want to buy. But the final thing I would say is innovation will still be key to growth in 50 years, just as it has been in the last 100 years, and just as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. That was interesting. Innovation is not a straight line.
Okay.
Keep it simple, make it easy for me. So I'm going to make it really easy for you. We're going to have a lunch break, okay? And then this afternoon, we'll be back here at 1:30. We have Mark Baracus here from SharkNinja. We have a panel with Anna, and we also have Miele here this afternoon. So hope to see you soon. Take care, and see you later.
Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören,
Das Fernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Good afternoon. Woo. Oh, wow. All of you are here. I can hear the laughing and the excitement. Are you excited? Yeah, I know. You should be. We should be. Because we're here on this innovation stage to talk about innovation. We're here to talk about the future. And I have a question for you. Let's have a think about innovations. One of those big innovations happened in 2007. What was invented in 2007 that changed everything? Yeah, well, which smartphone? The iPhone. Steve Jobs, not here anymore. But indeed, the iPhone was invented, right? And back in the time, that was a revolution. It put the internet in our pockets. It did so much more, right? Look, we're all hooked to our iPhones, right? And now, we are reliving another iPhone moment right now. Yes, we are. And you know what? Once in a while, a technology comes along that changes everything. You know what that is? AI. Exactly, AI. And you know what? We are now living the iPhone moment of AI. That's what we're doing. Everybody's talking about AI. Everybody knows that AI is going to change everything, including the PC as we know it. The PC has been around for a very long time, right? How long has it been around for? 30 years, 40 years? A long time. Well, it's undergoing a big, big transformation. And obviously, AI is going to play a huge role in that. And so for the next 45 to 50 minutes, we're going to be exploring the PC of tomorrow. What does the PC of tomorrow look like? And for that purpose, I would like to invite our guests to the stage. But we're going to begin with our panel moderator, who I would like to welcome to the stage. He is the Global Technology Editor at Fast Company. And now, put your hands together and welcome with me, Harry McCracken.
Thank you so much.
Where are the chairs?
The chairs will be out in a little while.
Okay, wonderful.
But thank you so much, everybody. Good afternoon, IFA. I'm excited to be moderating our panel about the AI PC as seen by Honor, Qualcomm, and Microsoft. But we're going to begin with a little news from Honor. And for that, please welcome Honor's CEO, George Zhao.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to join my keynotes. And today I want to use this opportunity to share something with you. We know today's AI just changed the whole industry. They bring the brilliant user experience. So I want to say for Honor that we're working on device AI and cloud AI synergy solution for quite a long time. I do believe AI-enabled hardware and also AI can transform the operating system, can bring fantastic user experience. And today, first I want to deliver ARM-based ecosystem. We have smartphone, we have tablet, and also we have the x86 laptop. And when Honor met ARM-based laptop platform, what will happen? We all know Apple have complete ARM ecosystem. Everybody talk about Apple, you say, yeah, the user experience is really brilliant and amazing. So at Honor, when Honor delivered ARM-based solution, what we can bring to the industry? What kind of, the user experience we can bring something special, something different with Apple? I hope today I can give you some answer, give you some positive surprise. I mean, for the ARM-based ecosystem, that we can work together to move forward. I want to use a video to show you the industry's most beautiful ARM-based laptop. Please take a look. Now, Honor MacBook Art 14 in my hand. That's why Honor is MacBook Art platform. We have the MacBook Pro and the X, a lot of different design. Why Honor is MacBook Art? I can show you this industry most beautiful one. And of course, we support most advanced Snapdragon platform, Snapdragon X Elite. It supports 45 TOPS. It's so powerful. Can support very strong AI solution and capability. When I say this MacBook Art, you can see we use wine lean curve. So both for this side and also for front cover. And then you can see that in each part, all the details we designed the MacBook Art is so smooth and beautiful. And it compared, the Apple MacBook Air, the 13.6 inch, right? It's so very beautiful. But this is our, the design. And for the MacBook Air, they have nodes for camera solution. And how about Honor MacBook Art? Where is our camera? Our camera is here. And also you can change the direction. Yeah. Like this. And also that you change. So with this, I mean the design. We make this, the screen to body ratio up to 97%. Really amazing. And you do not worry, you will lose it. You can, push back. Very simple. They have very beautiful parameters. You can see it 14.6 inches. But the weight is only 1.03 kilogram. And the thickness is only 1 centimeter. So let's come back to the MacBook Air. How about the weight? 1.36 kilogram. Heavy and thicker than MacBook Art. And why and how Honor can design this, the most beautiful, the laptop. Because Honor have the thinnest foldable phone. Yesterday, we launched Honor Magic V3. This industry thinnest foldable phone, only 9.2 millimeters. So for us, this beautiful MacBook Art, just a bigger foldable phone. So when we use the foldable phone technology to develop laptops, we can make it super thin and very beautiful. By the way, compared with MacBook Air, we support almost the full ports, HDMI, and almost everything we support it. Okay. So we have very beautiful hardware, that we have very strong platform. Now, when Honor entered ARM-based ecosystem, what we can bring? When we use AI to empower the ARM-based solution, we can provide cross-device and cross-OS AI solution. You can see that we have the old Snapdragon-based all-scenario user experience. So I can guarantee the following user case and experience you will never find in the Apple solution. I can introduce one by one for you. First, it's a typical case. You have a laptop, you have a mobile phone. When you travel, you do not have the Wi-Fi connection, right? But now you need to set hotspot with your mobile phone. But with Honor AI-enabled Magic Ring, it's very simple. Just add address to browse the website. You do not need to set any hotspot. It can automatically connect. Show the smartphone resource, the mobile network, data connection, camera, all the resources can be shared among the ARM-based ecosystem. And also that you can use your smartphone camera. For example, like this. When you use the Honor MacBook Art 14, you want to take a photo. You can directly use. When you take photos, they can show on your laptop. So in this case, all the devices combined with single device. So that with this, I mean the ecosystem. AI-enabled, the service, all the capability can migrate from one device to another. For screen sharing, it's become so simple. So, for example, like this. You can very easily to share the laptop, the document to the smartphone. For example. So you can extend the mobile display as a second display of the laptop. You can cross to any operation like this. I mean, in this case, the smartphone can be the window of the laptop. So for example, drag the photo, the file to the laptop, or drag the file and the photo back to the phone. It's very simple. I do believe for all this kind of operation, you do not find in the Apple ecosystem. And also we can do the multimedia sharing with the Magic Ring. For example, in the mobile phone, you can see our beautiful photos. Show how to automatically that share this or view this photo in other devices. You can do just use your 3 fingers, swipe down like this. And in the old Magic Ring devices, you can have this photo or document. Now you can easily use. So this kind of operation is so smooth. And also that now we have 2 ecosystems, Android mobile ecosystem and the Microsoft Windows ecosystem. Why not we combine this AI capability together when they enjoy the old industry AI capability? So Microsoft delivered very powerful Copilot solution. And when this Copilot, we can do a lot of innovative solutions and services. A really amazing experience. But if we use the AI-enabled Magic Ring, you can use your tablet, use the pen to drop this, and then that will be ready. The tablet and the laptop co-pilot together. And so this kind of, the application we can do everywhere. And also that the cloud AI, Google Cloud AI capability also can, through the Magic Ring, can support the laptop. For example, today, the AI eraser, that is very popular. This is a mobile phone application, right? But today I have a photo in my laptop. I want to erase something, what we can do. Now, when we have the AI-enabled Magic Ring, it's very simple. For example, this photo, we can drag to the display and use the phone, the AI eraser, the capability. You do this kind of services. So I mean, when we have the ARM-based ecosystem, we can combine to this, together. This is the chemical reaction. So please imagine in the future. What is kind of, the collaboration can impact or improve our future AI services. And also Honor use the mobile phone's capability and solution to improve our laptop capability. For example, OS Turbo. So we use the AI-enabled OS Turbo technology to improve the processing capability and performance. So we all know Apple MacBook Air ARM-based, they have very good the battery life. But you can say with the Snapdragon solution, Honor MacBook Art 14, we have the bigger display, 14.6 inch. But you can see the battery life, even comparable. Today, we also invest a lot of resources to improve some, the transition automation part. So we want to work together with our partner to improve the ARM-based medical art user experience. For the wireless connection in this part, Honor is very strong. MediBook Art 14 support Wi-Fi 7. Now, in the weak Wi-Fi environment, the connection is much better. So I really appreciate our partner, the Qualcomm and the Microsoft. When we work together, we do believe we can bring the best ARM-based PC user experience to the end consumer. Thanks. Today we bring the ARM-based laptop solution. Let's continue. Talk about the AI future development. Honor invests on the AI in 2016. When we launched the Honor Medic first generation, we call it open the door for the artificial intelligence. So what is the next? What is the future? So we already have the intent-based, the interaction. We already have very strong, the AI-enabled hardware. So next, Honor will support Honor AI agent. They can really the car autopilot. They can support. They not only understand what you intend, they can implement what you want. So you will say, what is special and different? Honor embrace open ecosystem. So compared with Apple, their AI isn't, mainly focused on their internal application. And for Honor, when we start, we embrace the Google, Microsoft, Meta, everybody. So we use third-party apps to implement the AI agent. So Honor will continue develop open ecosystem AI agent solution. And in the Honor solution, you will see they can do abundant services. Some, the application is so complicated. Even for the people, it's very difficult to manage something. For example, typically you play some, the video or something where you see, okay, maybe that you will charge monthly, you will continue to pay, and month by month, year by year, you accumulate a long bill, right? So it's globally that is a pain point. And for Honor, we can manage.
Help me check which apps have auto-renewal subscription activated.
Okay, auto execution is about to begin. Jump to WeChat Pay and Alipay to check auto renewal for all apps.
Okay, this is the task. For this subscription cancellation, so let's see what will happen. Let's input the fingerprint. WeChat, Alipay.
Inquired about the following auto-renewal services. Do you wish to cancel?
They will help you find all this kind of subscription. And then what you'll do is just click.
Okay, Yo-Yo has taken over your phone.
And cancel it.
Immediately check the auto-renewal item of music membership monthly auto-renewal for you and cancel it.
This AI agent solution will come in very soon with Honor Medic 7. Yeah. And you can imagine what will happen in the future. The smartphone can understand what your intent, can follow your guidance to implement this cross apps or in apps action. That should be really your assistant. They become smarter and more intelligent. And also, I will say, today, AI changes our life, but also brings some risk. I think the following news really touch us. So how to help empowered people and enabled people far away from the risk? Let's see a video.
Many of us have received dodgy emails, promising something too good to be true. But could you spot a deepfake scam?
A deepfake is an AI-produced copy of a human being, and this technology makes fraud of a new kind very, very possible.
Deepfakes can clone a real person's appearance and voice. In fraud, they can misrepresent an individual or organization. With the rapid development of generative AI, it's feared scams could surge. One technology company is fighting back, pitting AI against AI. A new phone feature flags up suspicious content.
The on-device AI carries out a facial scan of a person in an image or a video. The algorithm analyzes things like the composition, whether or not there are any pixel imperfections, or whether or not there are any anomalies to the facial features of the person in that image or video. And crucially, it allows the user to see in real time whether that person is real.
Our technology, on-device AI, to support people. You know, deepfake really today impacts our life a lot. So you can see that just 1 second, you can turn the face. So, but with, you know, the on-device AI, not cloud AI, we can detect this deepfake face changing. So give the alarm. So I will say that Honor will continue working on the 4-layer AI architecture. We want to use AI to enable empowered hardware. But more important is how to use AI to enable the human beings, to empower the human being to manage the AI industry, AI era. So when we enjoy the AI services, we should avoid the risk from AI part. So Honor will continue work on this direction. We will collaborate with the industry partner to bring the best AI experience to the end consumer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
George, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm excited to see what you've done with ARM, and you covered a lot of ground there, which is a great way to set up the conversation we're about to have about what Honor is doing, but also get the perspective of Microsoft and Qualcomm, which we're setting up for right now. And in a moment, we will begin it.
So, in fact, all the solution and result, we need to collaborate with our partner. So the Qualcomm and Microsoft give Honor big support. Without them, we cannot make this fantastic things happen.
That's going to be a large part of this conversation, that the device makers like Honor can only do so much on their own. This is a chip story, this is an operating system story, and without everybody working together, there's no such thing as an AI PC for sure.
Sure, definitely, yeah.
And I'm looking forward to digging into that with all of you in just a moment. When did the project begin with you, with the Magic Book Art?
Yes, we planned for this quite a long time. But you know, from technology point of view, we did a long time accumulation. Yeah.
Well, let's bring out Alex and Mark and begin the conversation.
Yeah.
Hi, Mark. Hi, George.
Thanks, Harry.
Hi, good to see you.
Well, thank you, everybody. And let's begin by talking a little bit more about the stuff that George was just telling us about. This is definitely the year of the AI PC as a piece of news and an idea for the whole industry. George, what is Honor's definition of the AI PC, and how is that reflected in the design decisions you made with the Magic Book Art?
Yeah. For us, it's an AI PC, not only the hardware part, not only the computing resource, and also that should be the manage and the support the special application. So I think that today for the Honor MacBook Art 14, that when we develop this AI PC, that we have the Microsoft the Copilot solution that really gives us a very the imagination for some special for creation. And the second, I will say, for the AI PC also need to work together with other the smart devices. For example, the phone, the tablet. When they work together with the AI-enabled capability, this is really amazing. So I think today AI PC is a start. But I think with the Qualcomm and Microsoft and the vendors the work together and the collaboration, I do believe that they have the very brilliant future.
Alex, this has been a big year for Qualcomm. You went from occasionally being on a PC to having a chip that the entire industry is embracing this year, and so you have experience working with every major PC company pretty much. What's it like been working with Honor on so far?
Harry, thanks for that introduction. George, let me take 2 seconds to congratulate you on the launch of Magic V3 and the Magic Book Art 14. They're fantastic, fantastic products.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. We've been close partners with Honor for years and years now, and we've produced incredibly great products together. And the technology that we develop year on year, we bring it to the disposal of Honor to try to figure out how to get more and more innovation out of that for consumers. And I think if you take a look at the products that they've produced and the ecosystem around it, in advanced OS capability, in advanced consumer use cases, services that people can really take advantage of, there's no doubt in our mind that when you apply that mobile capability and this inflection point for the PC now, where the mobile PC is now looking more and more like it needs the mobile attributes. It needs to be a small form factor. It needs to be thin and light. It needs to be portable. It needs to be always on. It needs to have long battery life and great performance at great power. And all of that is in the wheelhouse of Honor and the technology that we produce every year. So when you combine that, there's no doubt in our mind that you're going to get the most innovative products out of Honor plus Qualcomm. So here we are with these incredible devices today.
Mark, is this an inflection point for Microsoft, too, in terms of the operating system side of this equation?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're very proud of the work that we've done with Honor as well. George and the team, congratulations. And I'd just say this is a huge year for us, a huge year for Qualcomm. As you think about AI PCs and Copilot Plus PCs, really the work that we've been doing is many years in the making. And I'll just give you a peek into what we had to do. It's not just a matter of putting new silicon in and having it run and away you go. Think of it as we had to re-architect Windows in fundamental ways to take advantage of this third piece of silicon in the PC. And as you think about the neural processing unit with over 40 TOPS running all of the inferencing at the edge, you have 100 times the efficiency on an NPU than you would on a CPU or GPU. So you can do AI workloads much more efficiently than if you were relying just on CPU or GPU alone. But then, of course, as we built end-user features with Copilot Plus as well. So you've got Recall, which is a feature that got a lot of excitement. You've got live captions, co-create with generative images, studio effects, and we have so much more coming. So right in Windows, you'll have features that take advantage of this new NPU. And then finally, the developer story is probably one of the most exciting. With the Copilot Studio and the Copilot Runtime, developers can then access the power of that NPU without the complexity of having to understand the models underneath. So developers can write their applications, have rich AI workloads, and Windows is the platform that helps them do that. And of course, our three companies then optimize all of that hardware, software, and cloud services to run in beautiful, sleek, all-day battery life PCs as well. So it's a multi-year journey. It might seem like it's a new PC there, but there's so much under the hood to make it a Copilot Plus PC together.
George, you're supporting Microsoft's Copilot, but you're also working with Google's Gemini. This is not something that most PCs are doing yet, and it's certainly different from Apple's AI strategy. Can you talk a little bit about why Honor decided it was important to support these multiple AI platforms and work well together?
Yes, sure. I do believe that this multi, the AI platform, it is its open ecosystem. Today we have thousands of the different AI applications. In the future, so we millions of. So for the single company, that like Honor, we cannot do everything, do all the AI application and services. We must build an open ecosystem. Today I see that Snapdragon, the Microsoft AI ecosystem, and the Gemini AI, we can put them together. The link in the orange link point that you can see that with a laptop, we can directly use the Gemini AI application. And also in the Copilot, also the Microsoft Snapdragon platform can be the computing and the AI resource for the smartphone. So I do believe that Honor, the AI-enabled solution, should be combined all the devices together. Use the open ecosystem in the future can win the closed ecosystem. I have the confidence.
Obviously, consumers ultimately want the AI PC to do something that makes their life better and maybe makes them more productive or happy or entertained. Alex and Mark, can you talk a little bit about how on the chip level and the operating system level you're making sure that we get beyond the hype of AI and kind of get down to brass tacks in terms of it actually benefiting people and maybe even being a reason to buy a new PC?
Yeah, so the cooperation with Microsoft has been unprecedented, I would say. And the reason for it is, for the first time, you have a stack that is fully optimized and running super well from the AI capabilities into the apps, into the operating system, deep into the operating system, and taking advantage directly of the hardware acceleration that Qualcomm has to offer. That optimization and performance is unprecedented because now you get the highest performance AI PCs with the longest battery life with multiple applications running concurrently. In fact, there's probably 40+ models running in the background concurrently with first-party Microsoft apps that are coming through. And if it wasn't for that optimization, if it wasn't for the acceleration on the device, you would never be able to get the performance and battery life that is available today. And it's just going to get better and better. And so we're going to continue innovating with the ecosystem, and we're going to even have with Microsoft support, and it's an open ecosystem where other app developers can come through. And one perfect example is the dev kit that we provided to our customers. And that dev kit invites developers to come into our AI hub where multiple models are available today. And those models can get embedded extremely easily into their applications and then tested on the actual hardware that they're intended to be on. And once that happens, those applications will be available in multiple different app stores. And so we encourage the innovation that way. We encourage people to get creative around, and we curate those types of applications for our customers. And we can take them to the enterprise, we can take them to the consumer, we can take them to the commercial channels, and we can figure out exactly what they need for what purposes and in which verticals, and get that innovation ball rolling.
Yeah, and I think now that we have the platform up and running, we've got wonderful devices. I just say when you try these PCs, number one, they're just the best PC you've ever used. And many customers, when they're looking to replace their old PC, that's the thing number one that they want is a great PC experience, fast performance, responsiveness, sleek design, great battery life, and we have that now. And then if you look at the AI features, I mentioned some of them to you, but we're deeply committed as Microsoft to bring new features to the platform here, and we're also deeply committed to work with developers because you'll see thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of applications. Once these PCs are out there, the developers will see the potential and they'll develop those new application types for customers as well. So we'll have things in Windows, we'll have things in our cloud services, and we'll see the developers come through with those brand new applications, many of which we've not even seen yet. So we're just at the start of the journey, but these are amazing PCs, they have great AI features built in, and there's so much more on our roadmap as well as the developer roadmaps to come as well.
We're going to take a question or two from the audience in just a moment, so please think of them if you have them. But George, I wanted to ask you, Honor is still best known as a smartphone company, even though you're not new to laptops. But do all the things that you know about building a great smartphone benefit you as the AI PC comes into focus?
So in fact, the few years ago, when we entered, laptop or other business, internally we also have this kind of discussion. So the industry already have managed the PC vendors. Why Honor need to enter this industry? We said, okay, I want to do, to provide some added value to the industry and to the end consumer. So you know that when we design a PC, that we consider from the phone point of view and also from the tablet point of view. So I see that before that PC is so heavy and thick, and also that we consider why not transform them. So we see that the big smartphone, just like the MacBook R14, we consider this is a bigger foldable phone. So now you know that when we utilize the new material and a new design on the PC part. So I can see that for us, it's very easy to make the laptop become more beautiful later, and also that for the performance we can release even stronger, because that we use the OS Turbo and the GPU Turbo, the capability. We already work together with Qualcomm, that fully release the CPU, GPU capability. Now when we utilize this capability into the PC part, it also makes sense. And second, for the AI capability. For us, the different operating system, just as an ecosystem for us. So we can also, as our AI on-device AI capability, to develop the PC, tablet, and phone. We consider why not for all these devices, combine them together like a single one. For end consumers, so be so simple and smart. So I think this is the drive and the motivation for Honor, that we use our way to design and put a new idea and some fresh innovation to the PC and the other industry.
You demoed your smartphone AI agent. When will people actually be able to get their hands on that? What device will that be on?
For AI agent, I can guarantee the user experience really amazing. That should be like the EV car, the autopilot, and then can implement what your intent. So for us, with a Magic 7 or Magic OS 9.0, we'll launch this capability and solution. Maybe that Q4 this year, no later than Q1 next year. You will see that our solution.
Not too much of a wait. If we do have any questions from the audience, we'd love to take them. And there may be mics out there. Any questions, anybody? There's one gentleman here towards the center. right, we're bringing a mic to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Nad Zubair from Rakami TV. My question to the panel is regarding security when it comes to AI. It was good to see Honor is developing, using AI to fight AI and deepfakes, etc. What else is being done to protect our technology and our devices as AI grows? Because there's, a lot of people see a lot of movies, AI taking over, and hackers probably loving all this AI happening. And what is being done to secure and fight back? Thanks.
This must be one of the most important things for device makers and chip companies and operating system companies to collaborate on. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Okay, so from vendor point of view, that will two directions working on this. First, we'll have the full commitment to our customer. Their data will be fully protected. And just we have the permission from the customer, and then that we can use the data. Otherwise, it's fully, the data is belong to the end consumer. So that is the top that principle. So we also use on-device AI to support and help the end consumer to manage their data. Because to be frank, it's for the end consumer, it's very difficult to identify we can allow or not allow for some services if they ask some, the permission. So this part we want to use the on-device AI capability to help the end consumer to analyze that. So first is from the vendor side that we do not abuse any data, the customer data. Second, we'll use our capability to support that. Empower the people is very important for the AI era. So for example, for deepfake, this is the case. It's also that to show the honor commitment to the end consumer part.
We just have a little bit more time, but any thoughts from the software and chip side?
For us, we're 100% compliant with the security capabilities that the OS vendors have to offer. We work with them very tightly to try to make that happen. In addition to that, we have on-chip security as well. For example, we have secure enclaves. We have processors that are completely isolated just to have functionality associated with security or storage. We can make sure portions of memory are absolutely not reachable by anything or anyone. And so we provide those capabilities to our OS partners and figure out how to have their security capabilities use those functions on the device.
Windows is always on the front lines. Is there new security issues to deal with?
Sure. And I'd say just with Copilot Plus PCs, our AI PCs that we're marketing, they are the most secure PCs that we have as well. So every Copilot Plus PC has a dedicated security chip, encryption, virtualization-based security, a number of industry-leading protections there to ensure that the data is on the machine and that even below the OS at the silicon level and beyond, that hackers can't get to it. Another important factor there is making sure that the user's in control. And so we get feedback that AI features are great. How can I make sure, though, if I don't want to run those AI features, I have control? And so we're doing things in the operating system there to make sure that customers have to opt in to those features versus just being in there and opting out, and other smart things that I think could really help that user control in addition to the device security. And then, of course, the cloud security that comes over the top. So you really have to do all of those to really maintain user trust and protect users as well.
Well, I hope we get the opportunity to continue this conversation because I expect a lot more change over the next few years, not just for the AI PC, but also the AI smartphone. So this has been a great way to start that conversation. Thank you, Mark, Alex, and George. Thank you so much, audience, and enjoy the rest of your IFA. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much also to Honor. Thank you to all of you. I just want to let you know that we're going to take a very quick break, and then we are going to continue with another exciting conversation here with SharkNinja. You might not want to miss out on that one. You can stay seated, but I have a favor to ask. everybody sitting in the VIP area, if you could clear that area so that SharkNinja can sit there. And for the rest of you, enjoy the break, stay seated, and we'll continue in 10, 15 minutes.
Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören,
Das Farbfernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Welcome back. How's everybody doing? Yeah? Good? You don't have to clap. Thank you, though. Welcome to the innovation stage. I hope you're all doing very well, enjoying the day at IFA. And I don't know about you, but one of the things I love about the company that we're going to hear from next is that they don't just sell products. No. They really help solve problems for their customers. And problems that they might not even know they have, right? This company is a true innovator. They're a pioneer, and they really do deliver high-performance technology to its customers, always making sure the customer is at the center of everything they do. So that's what I would call a customer-centric business. I want you to help me welcome, a big warm welcome to SharkNinja.
Welcome to the world of SharkNinja. We're engineers, developers, and storytellers, sparking a wave of consumer demand felt across the globe. We see problems others can't and solve them with innovative, durable, accessible products, inside and out. We crisp and char. We brew and slush. We clean, scrub, steam and mop. And we do it with style. We are SharkNinja. Built for life and made for you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here to speaking to everyone about SharkNinja. SharkNinja went public on the New York Stock Exchange back July 31st of last year. And somebody asked me, what was the most exciting thing about being a New York Stock Exchange public company? And my answer has really always been consistent. It's been, we have a platform to tell our story. Okay, we have an incredible, incredible story. And what I'm so excited about here today is the ability to be able to tell this story to all of you and to all of the folks that are watching here. SharkNinja's a story of innovation. It's not an overnight success story. I mean, we've been at this for over 20 years. We're going to talk to you about kind of how we got to here and why we think we're just getting started in our business. The first is, just to introduce you, if you're not familiar with SharkNinja, we go to market under two multi-billion-dollar brands that we created called Shark, which is a market leader in cleaning, home environment, and beauty, and our Ninja brand, which is a market leader in kitchen appliances, outdoor cooking appliances, other outdoor products. We've never acquired $1 of revenue in the company's history. All of it has been organically grown by us with our ideas, and we'll talk to you a little bit about how we go about this innovation process, how we think about our consumer. So to give you a little bit of an overview of the two brands, the Shark brand is in 14 different categories. The Ninja brand is in 20 different categories. We're in 33, 34 categories overall. And I want to tell you why that's so important. I mean, for all of you that are in the consumer products business, it is very, very hard to be a single product consumer products company. Because everything, if you've been in this business long enough, and I've been running this company now for 16 years, but if you've been here long enough, you know that every product goes up, every product has a peak, and every product ultimately goes down. And the more and more diversified you are, the more and more places for the consumer to be able to interact with you. And so from the very first time, back in 2008, when 65% of our overall business was one product called the Shark Steam Mop, and we didn't even have the Ninja brand at that point, the whole focus on the business was how do we diversify, how do we diversify, how do we diversify? Now that's easier said than done, because there's a lot of reasons why companies don't diversify. Either the consumer doesn't let them diversify, or maybe the retailer doesn't let them diversify, or maybe just in general their skill set doesn't let them diversify. They have a technology, and that technology is kind of core to just one aspect or one category of business. So I think number one important thing to think about as you think about SharkNinja is 34 different unique categories. Just in the last 3 years, we've entered into 19 new categories. 19 new categories. Before this year, we never made in-home slushies. Before a little while ago, we never made in-home espresso. And we'll talk to you about kind of how we take the same product development innovation approach, this thinking about what's the consumer problem, and apply it into solution after solution after solution. We didn't go at it the easy way. Okay, we didn't build nearly a $5 billion business with one brand. We built it with two brands. We built it with two brands independently, so that in 2008, when we only had the Shark brand, we decided that there was a problem to solve for the consumer, and that problem happened to have been in kitchen appliances. Now, at the time, we were about a $200 million business. And everyone said to us, there's no way that anyone's going to buy a kitchen appliance product from a cleaning company that only pretty much makes one product, the Shark Steam Mop, and we just come out with our first Shark vacuum cleaner. So we went to Bentonville, Arkansas, the home of Walmart, and we came up with this concept, and the idea was that we wanted to be able to give the consumers the ability in home to be able to do something different than what they were doing outside of the home. And that's an important thing for SharkNinja, and it's an important distinction for us to find trends where the consumer is doing something different outside of the home to inside of the home. At the time, we did some very informal surveying way back, and what we found out is that in the United States, when consumers went out of the home to restaurants or to resorts, what they were most excited about was frozen drinks. And we went into their homes and we said, well, why don't you make those same frozen drinks in their home? And they said, well, the problem is that all of our blenders have blades on the bottom. And when the blades are on the bottom and you put ice into it, the ice just jumps up. And you only are able to process a small part of the ice. So you go and you pour more and more liquid into it. And as you pour more and more liquid into it, it gets waterier and waterier and waterier. Until at a certain point, you're really not drinking a frozen drink, you're really just drinking a cold beverage. And so we looked at it and we said to ourselves, well, why do the blades have to be on the bottom? And everyone told us that we were crazy and said, well, what if the blades could go up the top? And we said, well, how do we do that? You know, we didn't understand. We didn't have any technology around being able to do that. But what we recognized was that there was a consumer problem. And if we could solve that consumer problem, they would be engaged and excited by what we were offering. So we developed a product, and we put these blades going up the top. And that was our first Ninja product. It was called the Ninja Master Prep. And what my partner Mark and I used to do is we used to go around to different retailers, and we'd carry bags of ice that we would pick up at the gas station. And as we'd go around, we'd fill those bags of ice in the stores, in the presentation areas, and we would turn that ice into snow, into fluffy snow. And then we would ask the buyers of these retailers, put your hands into the ice and feel how snowy it is. And they would look at us crazy, because they'd say, I'm not sticking my hands into that ice. But when we ultimately were able to show them the end output, they said, wow, that would be a real consumer problem that you're solving. And so we launched that product in October of 2009, and that's what started the Ninja brand. And at the start, you know, it was this germ of an idea that ultimately turned into what today is a $2.4 billion business of Ninja. And we'll talk about all the products that Ninja is in. We'll talk about all the products that the Shark brand is in. We sell our products today in 32 countries. We're the #1 vacuum brand in North America. We're the #1 vacuum brand in the UK. We're the #1 kitchen appliance brand in North America. We're the #1 kitchen appliance brand in the UK. We're expanding tremendously in EMEA. We're expanding in Latin America. Our brands are doing great in Asia. So we sell our products in 32 countries. The business has over 3,000 associates, and we're going to talk a little bit about how integral they are in helping us really be an extraordinary business. We sell 70 million products a year. 70 million products a year. We have hundreds of millions of dollars of consumers, hundreds of millions of consumers around the world. As I said earlier, you know, we're in 34 different product categories today. The company has over 4,500 patents, and we launch brand new, from the ground up, 25 new products a year. I want to put that into perspective for you. 25 new products from the ground up. This is not taking a product and making it a different color. This is not putting another knob on it. This is 25 new products from the ground up. I'll give you an interesting fact. SharkNinja right now is the fastest growing outdoor cooking company in the world, but it's also the fastest growing hair tools company in the world. So it gives you a sense of, you know, we are just out there focused on trying to find the next consumer problem and identifying what is the solution to that problem. So as I said to you, back in 2008, our business was under $300 million. Over the last 16 years, we've grown our business at a compounded annual growth rate of almost 20% during that period of time. In the last 16 years, we only had one down year in the company's history, and that year was down 2%. And we do it through this 3-pillar growth strategy, which is gaining share in existing categories, expanding into new and adjacent categories, and growing internationally. So how did we get here? I mean, how did we accomplish all of this, and how did we get here, and where does it start from? And it starts from really two things. Okay, people ask me, you know, as we went public, you know, Mark, I mean, what's it all about? I mean, how have you experienced the growth that SharkNinja has experienced? And what people really want me to say is they want me to say that we've got some kind of patent moat, or we've got some kind of technology, or our brands, or our relationships. And the first thing I say to them is, what we have is the way we think. The way we think. Now, I remember sitting in front of an investor in London a couple of years ago and giving him that answer, and he looked at me and said, there is no freaking way I'm going to invest in this company. Think? The way you think? Why is that a competitive advantage, the way you think? Can't other people think like you think? Well, I'm going to explain to you the way that is and what happens. It starts with this idea at SharkNinja that we call outrageously extraordinary. Outrageously extraordinary. Not extraordinary, but outrageously extraordinary. And it's the secret to achieving outsized success in a world where most fail to realize their potential. Where most fail to realize their potential. It starts with driving for the extraordinary, setting a calculated, unimaginably high bar in a game worth playing. How many of us at times in business are just trying to get through stuff? You're just trying to do stuff. You've got a long to-do list. You never get through your to-do list, but you just keep checking off the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And for us, it starts with this idea of setting an unimaginably high bar in a game worth playing. What's the game worth playing? What's the big thing that we want to do that is going to be able to make a lasting impact on the consumers that we service? The second is we want to be an explorer. We want to be an explorer. Look, a tour guide knows the path. A tour guide knows exactly where to go. Okay? If you want to go into the Louvre, you want a tour guide. Okay? Because you got 2 hours, you want to go see all the right rooms, you want to make sure that you don't get lost, you want to know where the bathroom is, you want to know where the entrance is and where the exit is. But you want a tour guide. When you're in business, you're in the gray. You don't know where things are headed. You don't know what's happening in the marketplace. Okay, you're experiencing things for the first time. It doesn't matter how much of an expert you are. It doesn't matter how many PhDs you have. At some point, you get to the point where your expertise is no longer useful. And when your expertise is no longer useful, you've got to be able to be an explorer. You've got to be able to move with confidence down an uncharted path. And that's what we do all the time. I mean, as people said to us back in 2017, SharkNinja is going to go into the robot business. What do you know about the robot business? In 2022, when they said SharkNinja is going to go into the beauty business, what do you know about the beauty business? In 2024, when SharkNinja was going into the espresso business, what do you know about the espresso business? We learn quickly. We learn quickly, and we'll talk to you about how we do that. We get smarter every day. We get smarter every day, okay? Our decisions and the decisions that we make are only as good until they're not good. They're only as good until they're not good. And so we have a term that we use in the company, which is we reserve the right to get smarter. We reserve the right to get smarter. We make a decision, and ultimately, if we find out that that decision is not the right decision, let's pivot. Let's change. Let's iterate. Let's identify the gaps. But you could do all the planning in the world, but all the planning in the world gets ripped up once the consumer gives you the first piece of feedback. Once that first piece of feedback comes, you could either decide, I'm not going to listen, I'm going to put my head in the sand because I know what's right, or you're going to say, you know what, they've got a point. They've got a point. You know, we've got to be able to rethink where we were going and what we were doing. And lastly, we lead with the relentless desire to know more. I think SharkNinja is probably the most curious organization that you will find out there. We ask question after question after question. We go deeper to see what others don't. To see what others don't. The information is all there, but it's not surface level. It's not surface level. You in business can't ask one question and think that you're going to get to the answer. You got to go to question 2 and question 3 and question 4 until you really find that nugget, which is going to be able to give you something that's going to be transformational. So it starts for us with the thinking, with the way we think as an organization. And this is what's put into effect every day by our 3,000 plus associates that are making these amazing products and bringing these products to life and marketing them. The second is this. In 2010, I sat down and I wrote a mission statement for the company. And generally speaking, you write a mission statement and you put it on the wall and everyone walks by it, no one pays attention. But it was this idea of positively impacting people's lives every day in every home around the world. Positively impacting people's lives every day in every home around the world. And this idea of positively impacting permeates every single thing that we do as an organization. We don't do it for our board of directors. We don't do it for our investors. We don't do it for our banks. We don't do it for our associates. We do it for the consumer that's out there because we believe that if we treat the consumer in the best possible way, everyone else will be made happy. Everyone else will be made happy. Now, that's very hard to do with conviction because, as you all know, you get to become a public company and then it becomes the quarter and the quarter and the quarter, and what happens when things don't go well. And so there's this idea that we have, which is constantly thinking the unthinkable to keep us out of crisis. How do we pivot intentionally so that we can stay out of crisis and we can keep reinventing ourselves as a business? In 2008, we were Shark the Steam Mop Company. And in 2009, 2010, we were Shark the Vacuum Company. And then we were Ninja the Blender Company. And then we were the Heated Cooking Company. And then we're the Robot Company. And then we're the Beauty Company. And then today we're the Outdoor Cooking Company. It just keeps evolving and evolving and evolving and evolving. And what's amazing is when I speak to consumers that own our products, they own multiple products in their home of ours, but they all mention different products. They all mention different products. Something hit them in a unique or different way. And the way we think about our business and what drives this positively impacting people's lives every day is that we have a term that we use which is called affordable, accessible innovation. Affordable, accessible innovation. We're not the highest priced products in the market. We're not the lowest priced products in the market. But we move the opening price consumer up into our brands, and we're also the brand of choice for premium consumers. We're the only brand that you're going to see in the United States that sells to Walmart and sells to Sephora and sells everyone in between. And as a result of that, we're innovating not for the few, we're innovating for the largest demographic group of people that are possibly out there. So what is it about solving problems, and how do we think about solving problems? This term we came up with, exemplifies kind of the way we think about product development. We see problems that others don't, and we solve problems that others can't. We see problems that others don't, and we solve problems that others can't. Now, you're sitting there saying, Mark, what special glasses are you wearing in order to be able to see the problems that others don't? And what particular skill set does the organization have that enables it to be able to solve problems that others can't? And I'll talk to you a little bit about how we go about doing this, but everything starts from this challenge. As we think about an area to attack and go into, it starts with we see problems that others don't, and we solve problems that others can't. So how do we see problems that others don't? It starts with this incredible ability to be able to have ethnographic researchers and consumer insights folks in the organization, and quite frankly, just lots and lots of curious people that just want to know more, And so where do we get these insights from? Well, we're in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of consumer homes every year just observing them. Not asking them questions. Okay, we may ask them questions, but just observing them and observing what they do and trying to look at how they maybe work around the products that they have currently in their home. We scrub social media. We scrub massive amounts of social media. And we look at both the positive sentiment and we look at the negative sentiment. We look at comments that people leave and we try to find these little nuggets out of them that'll be able to be some idea or inspiration that will allow us to be able to come up with the next concept. We look at culture and trends, not just in the small home appliance industry, but in the broader market. We're on TikTok and Instagram and Pinterest and YouTube and all of these constantly trying to scrub it to try to understand what's happening with culture, what's happening with trends. We look at online reviews. We look at the commercial environments. We're in restaurants. We're watching chefs in restaurants. We're in airports. We're in office buildings, looking at the way industrial staff cleans places like office buildings Maybe there are things that they're doing there in much, much tougher environments that can ultimately apply back to the consumer and the consumer's home. So what's one example of this? A number of years ago, this is going back 5 years, we go in to about 100 consumer homes and we watch them vacuum. And in some number of those consumer homes, during the vacuuming process, they turn the vacuum over, they take a scissor or a knife, they cut the brush roll, and they take the hair out of the brush roll. Has anyone had this problem in their home? Anyone? Okay. Okay, so you take it, you pull the hair out, and you throw the hair in the garbage. And we finish with these 100 or so consumers, and we ask them, well, is there anything that you would change about your vacuum cleaner to make it better? And they said, no, it works great. Works great. I mean, it works great. Now, we go back to them, and we say, but we saw that you were, you took a knife or a scissor and you almost cut your hand off and you sliced this hair off the brush roll and you ripped it off and you threw it in the garbage. Pretty disgusting. And they said, yeah. I know. We have 2 daughters with long hair. We have pets. Yeah, it's a problem. We say, do you do that often? Yeah, we do it about once a week. Once every 2 weeks. Really? Would you like to not do it? Would you like? Well, sure, but they actually blame themselves for the problem. The problem was their daughters. Their problem was their pets. The problem wasn't the product. The problem was something about them. And for them, that was just a ritual part of vacuuming. A ritual part of vacuuming. That every 2 weeks, I'm going to take a knife or a scissor, and I'm going to slice the brush roll, and I'm going to rip the hair off of it, and I'm going to throw it in the garbage. That's what I do. Well, that little germ of an idea goes back to our engineering team, and our consumer insights and our product development folks say, can we develop a brush roll that doesn't wrap hair? That doesn't wrap hair. And 18 months later, we created the Shark self-cleaning brush roll, and it became the #1 vacuum cleaner in the United States. The #1 vacuum cleaner in the United States. And if you look at online reviews, what online reviews will say is, they solved my problem. They solved my problem. The minute they saw it, the minute I just told that story, or they saw our advertising, what they said is, that's my problem. That's my problem. You're speaking to me as a consumer. You're solving the problem that I thought was unsolvable. So that's one example. Now the question is that the only example? It's of course not the only example. I mean, we do that across every one of the products. Here's an interesting one. Here's one without a cord. Here's one without a cord. Coolers. Now, how do we meander into coolers? I mean, what does SharkNinja know about making coolers? I mean, we got into outdoor cooking a couple of years ago, and we're the fastest growing outdoor cooking company in the world right now. But why coolers? Well, here's what's interesting. We went and we sat with consumers watching them cook on our outdoor cooking products. We were on their patios, we were with their RVs, we were with their boats, we were with their tailgates, and invariably next to the outdoor cooking appliance was a cooler. And they'd go into their cooler and we'd watch them and they'd pull out a drink and they drink as they're barbecuing or as they're doing something with their outdoor cooking products. And then all of a sudden, in a couple of cases, they pulled out a plastic Ziploc bag and they said, oh crap, it's all wet. It's all wet. Well, the Ziploc bag opened up in this bag, in this ice bath, and all the food that was inside it got wet and soggy. Now, when you ask them, you would say to them, well, wow, that's kind of an annoyance. What they actually said is, yeah, God, I didn't tie it tight enough. I wasn't careful enough. I didn't put it upright in the ice. I should have left it at the top of the ice, but I wanted it to be cold, so I stuck it inside the ice bath. Never once did they say, it would be so great if there was a place for me to put my food that was cold and dry, separate from my beverages. Because my cans of beer or soda don't mind sitting in the ice bath, but when I open up my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I want to make sure that it's not soggy. And so what happens? You know, a consumer insights person, product development comes back to our engineering team and says, can we solve the problem of the soggy sandwich? Now, I don't know how many of you own a cooler. I don't know how many of you in here have had the problem of the Ziploc bag opening up. But other people in that room said, I've had that problem. I've had that problem. And so we set out and said, okay, well, what do? We're engineers. Okay, we could figure it out. So let's go ahead and let's figure it out as engineers. Let's go take a motor and put it in there. Let's go take battery power and put it in there. We'll refrigerate the cooler. There's a big problem with that. That's going to be about $1,000. It's going to be hugely heavy, and no one's going to want to lug that around. And what happens when the battery dies? And all of a sudden, this little idea comes up that says, wow, we actually have 20 pounds of ice sitting there. How do we somehow transfer the cold from the 20 pounds of ice into some cold, dry storage area that we called Frost Vault? Frost Vault. We went and we put the Ninja Frost Vault out on social media, and in 1 week, the product completely sold out. In 1 week, the product completely sold out. Now, I got to tell you something. Outdoor coolers, I don't think are something that the consumer is sitting there at home saying, I can't wait for that outdoor cooler to come out. Okay? But by seeing the problem that we solved, they were able to immediately say, that's my problem. Wow, that's amazing. Somebody came up with something that allows me to be able to keep my food cold and dry and my beverages sitting in the ice as a second thing. Now, how do we solve problems that others can't? We have this idea called chasing the sun. Chasing the sun is that we have a 24/7 innovation cycle at SharkNinja. We have a team of 1,100 engineers around the globe that are based in Boston, London, and China. And every product that we work on, when the CAD is worked on in Boston, they go to sleep, and they pass the CAD to China, and they work on it. And then when they go to sleep, they pass the CAD to London, and they work on it. And that cycle goes on 24 hours a day as we're developing. Now, it doesn't just help us from a speed standpoint, it also helps us from the standpoint that these are engineers in different parts of the world that are going to look at the product in very, very different ways. The engineers in China might look at it more from a design for manufacturing standpoint or a design for cost. You know, the British engineers are going to look at it from a different perspective than the American engineers are going to be. And so this happens over and over and over again across these 1,100 engineers. So this incredible ability to see problems that others don't, and then this incredible ability to be able to solve problems that others can't. So here's another example of how that comes to life. We have what's called in the business an agile, consumer-driven innovation process. What does that mean exactly? Every product that we make goes into over 750 consumer homes and is used for 4 weeks at a time. This is before the product sees the light of day on a retailer shelf. And from the time that the product's already tooled up at this point. So we've made all kinds of changes to the product. We've made all our prototypes. We've gone into tooling. And now the product's in tooling. And most companies would say, it's in tooling. There's nothing we could do about it. The train's left the station. We'll worry about it on Gen 2. Gen 2. Anyone ever hear say, well, we'll do it on Gen 2? Okay, God doesn't give you the right to do a Gen 2. You have the right to do Gen 1. And if you do a great job with Gen 1, then you earn the right to do Gen 2. So the way we think about it is we'd love to solve all the problems in the product, but until it actually gets into a consumer's home, we just don't know. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that'll come up as the consumer interacts with it for 4 weeks. The average product of ours has over 200 changes from the time that it comes off of tool and goes into a consumer's home to the time it goes into mass production. There's many people that would say that that's chaos or that's crisis or why didn't you solve all those ideas beforehand? Well, you tell me how with a prototype you can get into 750 homes and the consumer can use it for 4 weeks and really understand and put it through its paces as to how they're ultimately going to interact with the product. But this happens on every single product that we do. Now, what's the outcome of it? The outcome of it is products that consumers love. Products that consumers love. Our Ninja Creamy today has over 1 billion impressions on TikTok. Over 1 billion impressions on TikTok. And there's something really interesting, about the power of social media in our business. When it comes to, we just launched a product in the United States called the Ninja Slushie. Now you say, wow, like how interesting is slushies? Well, I want to tell you something, okay? In the United States, and I'm telling you, it will be in Germany, okay? And you will be so excited, and in France, okay, and in Austria, and all the countries here, okay, and you will be slushying as well, okay? But in the United States, people go out of their house, and they go to convenience stores, they go to fast food restaurants, and they buy giant slushies. Well, why don't you do that at home? Well, there's nothing that allows you to be able to do that at home. Now, why is this so exciting? Because the slushie appeals to the mom that wants to make a healthy orange juice slushie for their kids. It appeals to the college student that wants to make a margarita slushie at a party. And it appeals to the older person that might want to take rosé wine and put it into here and turn it into a frosé. So the demographics that we're appealing to here are tremendous, tremendous. We launched the product a few weeks ago in the United States. It sold out in 3 days, and currently today, from the time the slides were written, there's 160,000 people on our waiting list. 160,000 people on our waiting list to be able to get the Ninja Slushie, and this is a product that's going to be coming here in 2025. In terms of, the consumer, okay, and I want to talk a little bit about kind of the evolution of the consumer. When I was a kid growing up in New York in the 1980s, there was a store called Simms. And their commercials on TV, I remember watching them, would say the educated consumer is our best customer. Educated consumer. Anyone here alive in the 1980s? Is anyone alive in the 1980s? A lot of times I'm talking and most people have no idea what the 1980s were, okay? Well, in the 1980s, okay, there were not many educated consumers. There were not many educated consumers. I mean, you bought a product, and if you didn't like the product and you returned it, maybe you told your mom or your dad or your friend or your husband or your wife, but it was just the closed circle that you were in. I mean, you had no ability to tell 10 million of your closest friends to either buy the product or not buy the product. So that was 1980. Well, fast forward to 2009, and we're sitting in front of, my partner Mark and I are sitting in front of a big US retailer, and we say to them, we're going to win, we're going to grow our business 1 5-star review at a time. And the retailer looked at us and said, that's the stupidest thing in the world. That's the stupidest thing in the world. You're going to grow your business one. Who's going to write a review about a vacuum cleaner or about a steam mop or about a blender? Who's going to write a review? Well, fast forward, I mean, our business grew because of 5-star reviews. I mean, we had the most 5-star reviews of any brands in our space. And we grew and grew and grew through this word of mouth of people writing paragraphs and paragraphs about our 5-star reviews. So our consumers have always been our brand ambassadors. But how did that evolve? Well, 2016 came, and it no longer was just having to write it. You could now go onto a Facebook group. You could go into a group of 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 people, and you can share recipes and ideas and all kinds of things in 2016. Now, fast forward to 2019, that now all became social media. Social media. And so today, social media is just another way for the consumer to express their love and passion and excitement or their displeasure for your products. For your products. And when it happens well, they amplify it. They amplify it in a big, big way. I'll give you one example. In the month of June, we have a product called the Ninja Creamy ice cream maker. 99.5% of the content on social media had nothing to do with SharkNinja. Nothing to do with SharkNinja. Consumers just bought the product, took it home, made great recipes, and then went on TikTok or Instagram or Pinterest or Reddit or YouTube and showed millions and millions of their closest friends the recipes that they did at home. It's an amazing, amazing situation.
If you struggle with frizz, watch this.
That is literally insane.
It's me getting overly excited about my new Ninja Luxe Cafe.
You can't beat that. That is so good.
Look what came in the mail today.
The Shark Speed Style is literally my holy grail.
The more I get, the more I want. When it rains and pours, I want more and more and...
This deserves 5 stars.
Definitely 5 stars.
Luckily, the Shark Mess Master conquers every mess.
The technology behind them is genius.
Stop the hip hop. I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't stop.
It's just perfect.
Now, thanks. Now, here's what's amazing about the world today. That we go and we launch the Ninja Slushie a few weeks ago in the United States, and the social media goes out, and you start to look at the comment section. And what are the comments saying? When's the product coming to Norway? When's the product coming to Portugal? Advertising, this type of advertising has no borders anymore. Has no borders. Okay, whatever happens in one market, the consumer is so savvy to pick up on this. They're able to pick up on what the trends are in all these different places, in all these different countries. And before we even get to those markets, there's already demand that's being created through this in these markets. So what's next? What's next? Yesterday, in fact, we launched into the EMEA market a product called the Ninja Cafe Luxe. Now you would say, what gives Ninja the right to make espresso? You're an American. What gives you the right to make espresso? Right? Okay. I'll clap for you. Okay. Okay. Well, let me tell you, there's 2 different problems that we were trying to solve. We were trying to solve a problem for the American consumer, and we were trying to solve a problem for the European consumer. What's the problem for the American consumer? Espresso machines in the United States have 1.5% household penetration. The average selling price of them is $800. You need to be a barista. And I'm from Boston, and we go to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning, and we get a coffee the size of this big, okay? And that espresso machine goes and puts this out. So there's very few American homes that are going to wind up having just espresso because they need all kinds of other drinks to have. So we say the problem there was, 1, versatility. It was limiting in what it made. 2, it was complexity. It was complex to make it. And 3, it cost a lot. Those 3 things, that was what we were solving for the American consumer. For the European consumer, we looked at it and said, wow, there's a younger demographic out there. And by the way, that younger demographic wants to experiment. Anyone here of cold brew? Cold brew coffee? I guarantee you that if you're on college campuses in Europe, okay, you will. You will. You know, there's markets that are drip coffee markets. There's iced coffee. There's cold presso. How many of you drink non-dairy milk? Non-dairy milk. Okay, there's a lot of you out there. Okay, how many of you don't just want hot foam, but you also want cold foam if you're making a cold drink? So we think there's a tremendous ability to create something and to introduce newer and newer and more exciting coffee drinks while still giving you amazing espresso. While still giving you amazing espresso. You just get that plus, 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 plus. And what we also recognized is that these machines are complex. You know, and they are expensive. And that's why some people wind up going to an automatic coffee maker because they don't want to mess around with everything. They just want their coffee in the morning. So we developed a product called the Ninja Cafe Luxe, and I want you to take a look at it here.
With 3 machines in one, the Ninja Luxe Cafe can make almost any coffee drink you crave. Rich and smooth espresso, child's play, drip coffee, up to a travel mug's worth, rapid cold brew, a lot faster than the drive-thru. Ninja Luxe Cafe.
We launched this product on pre-sale in the UK yesterday, and we cut off our wait list at 50,000 people. 50,000 people. So I know UK is not Europe. Is it? Isn't it? I don't know. Okay, but okay, I think that it's going to find a really great home for it in Germany and the rest of Europe as well, which is where it will be launching here next month. So next month, wait and see the Café Luxe. Okay, so what about Shark? I mean, does Shark have anything? I mean, of course, you know, we can't do something in Ninja without doing something in Shark. And so I want to talk to you about the beauty business. Again, people looked at Shark and said, Shark's going to go into the beauty business? What does that even mean? Okay, what does Shark know about the beauty business? Well, I mean, I have a Latin wife and I have 2 daughters, and so I'm very familiar, actually, when it comes to the beauty business. Okay, it just so happens that I'm more of a consumer, you know, than I am somebody that's making the product. But I have some very discerning consumers at home that kept telling me about problems that they had, and we kept hearing about more and more consumers and the problems that they had. Shark today is the fastest growing hair tools company in the world. Our Shark FlexStyle hair styler has over 1 billion impressions on social media. And every minute of every day, we sell at least 1 Shark FlexStyle. Every minute of every day, we sell at least 1 Shark FlexStyle. So we developed a product that allowed the consumer to do so much at such an affordable, accessible price. And so the question was, what was the next problem for us to solve? What was the next problem for us to solve? Look, the product's great, but I wish it did this. Or the product's great, but, or what about things that the consumer didn't even think about? So let me give you an example of how we tackled both of those problems. The first was, we said that although you could wind up doing most hairstyles, what you didn't have with our Shark FlexStyle is a straightener. Okay, so you can do all kinds of great things, but you couldn't get that pin straight, you know, profile. The other part about it is that you don't just want a straightener, you want to be able to straighten your hair from wet to dry in 1 pass with no heat damage. So we said, wow, we've got air. What if we made an air straightener that went on it? What if we did everything that the FlexStyle did, but now gave the consumer even more functionality and allowed the consumer to be able to do every style that they wanted to by being able to air straight? Now, we didn't just allow you to be able to air straight with wet hair, but we also put ceramic plates in it so that you can straighten with dry hair. Now, that gave us an idea and an inspiration. And it was, how often do you think that the average woman is washing their hair every week? Any guess? Is it every day? For women in the audience, is it every day that you're washing your hair? No. Well, what do you do the other times? I mean, you still have to style your hair. What happens when you come out of the gym? What happens when you have a ponytail and you've got ponytail crease? What happens in all these other cases when you have dry hair? Do I actually have to wet my hair to then get it back to styled? Well, what about the idea of dry styling? What about the idea of being able to wake up with bedhead and in less than 10 minutes be able to turn it into something that looks like you just left the salon? That would be amazing. I see him over there with his hair saying that would be amazing. But, you know, so if you think about it now, we're solving a problem that people had, and we're also solving a problem they didn't even know that they had. Because they're not walking around saying to us, please make a product that goes and solves bedhead. Please go and solve a problem when it comes to styling dry hair. So I want to introduce to you for the very first time the Shark Flex Fusion. Take a look.
Meet the Shark Flex Fusion, the luxury multi-styler for wet or dry styling. Transform wet hair to dry, silky, and smooth in as little as one pass with no heat damage. On dry hair, Flex Fusion combines heated ceramic and airflow to revive and shine, or volumize. No wash needed. Wash days or any day.
Embrace your hair. The Shark Flex Fusion.
This product will be launching later this month, the Shark Flex Fusion. It'll be coming to Europe in the early part of 2025. We are super, super excited about what this is going to do to continue to expand our hair care and our beauty business. So when you think about SharkNinja and you think about the 25 products that we're bringing to market, the question is that I get asked all the time is, what's your favorite Shark or Ninja product? That's a really loaded question, right? I mean, I'm bound to piss somebody off in the company if I answer that question. But the honest answer is that it's the product that we've yet to develop yet. Okay, that we're getting better and better and better at identifying the problems, and we're getting better and better and better at solving those problems. And we think that we're only getting started as it relates to solving more and more consumer problems in more places around the world. Thank you.
Hi, Mark. What a remarkable and amazing speech.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want that you are thinking about us a little longer. Therefore, I have a little present for you.
Okay.
This beer will remind you on the 100 years edition of IFA. Thank you so much being here, supporting us that much.
Thank you very much.
And one more. Mark, we want that you stay that sharp as you are now, and therefore we have also a little jacket for you.
Wow. All right. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. I love that. Thank you so much, Mark. I think you really inspired everybody here. One thing that I remember from the many inspiring and wise things that Mark said was be an explorer, not a tour guide. All right, it's a good one to remember. Anyway, thanks so much for listening. We're going to take a little coffee break right now, and then we'll be back here at 4:15 for our last conversation with Miele. All right, thanks so much, and see you soon. Bye.
Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören,
Das Fernfernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Welcome back and good afternoon for everybody joining us. I hope you're all well. Welcome to IFA, welcome to the innovation stage. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're here, you probably love consumer electronics, right? We all love our devices. We all have lots of devices. But a lot of these devices don't have a very long lifespan. And I think we need to do better, right? One of the companies that is always striving to do better is Miele. And Miele is actually, as you know, a family organization, a family business, and they're not just celebrating 100 years of IFA, they're also celebrating 125 years of Miele, 125 years of innovation. As we transition to both a digital and a green economy, Miele is working very hard behind the scenes to make circularity a living reality. And to tell us more about why our future is circular despite many challenges, I would now like to give a very warm welcome to the Executive Director and Co-Proprietor at Miele Group. Please welcome Dr. Reinhard Christian Zinkern.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of IFA 2024. Welcome to the innovation stage of the first day of IFA 2024. Quo vadis white goods? Why our future is circular despite many challenges. I'm pleased to share my thoughts on this with you here today, especially in this very special IFA year. The first radio, as you've seen, was demonstrated here 100 years ago, followed shortly afterwards by the first, world first actually, FM transmission, and finally, the forerunner of today's television sets. 2 years later, Berlin's Funkturm was inaugurated from here and remains a symbol of the city until today. Outstanding personalities such as Albert Einstein, who opened the trade fair in 1930, spoke here about innovations and trends and changed the world. The role of IFA in the decades of the Iron Curtain as a connecting element between West Berlin and the world also remains unforgotten. But to the point. Honored guests, you would not believe how many people have approached me in advance about my topic today. From "we've been recycling for decades" or "yes, we are also currently working intensively on this topic," up to "the future, circular, but we're still a long way from that," or "the issue's far too big, especially in view of the many other challenges we are currently facing in this world." Everything was there. And, honorable guests, it's undoubtedly true that circularity is likely to be one of the biggest challenges facing our branch in the years ahead. This is another reason why I can hardly imagine a more worthy environment than the IFA to enter into a dialogue with you on this subject. Yes, the future of white goods is circular, and I am very, very confident that our domestic appliance industry has the best prerequisites to help this topic, which is fundamental to us all, by the way, achieve a breakthrough in the medium and long term. But I admit, this is really a thick board. So a certain amount of skepticism cannot be dismissed. The fact that our economic system is currently characterized by linear rather than circular processes, and this means that we produce, buy, and use goods, and then throw them away. A system that has existed for centuries and dominated the economy for much of the 20th century, with some serious consequences. People are producing more and more electronic waste, and the number of domestic appliances at municipal waste disposal centers is also increasing. Here are just a few figures. According to the German Federal Statistical Office, the amount of e-waste generated per capita in Germany in 2021 was 12.1 kilograms, 3.9% more than in the previous year. And that trend, ladies and gentlemen, is still rising. According to calculations by the German Federal Environmental Agency, a total of around 659 million tons of raw materials were used for private consumption in Germany in 2021. And the trend is still rising. Or take Earth's Overshoot Day, the day on which humanity has used up all the natural resources that the Earth can provide within 1 year. This year, it was already the case on the 1st of August. And the day has been moving further and further forward for years. If all people on our planet lived on average as we do in Germany, the resources would have been used up by already the 2nd of May. More and more goods and services are being produced or utilized, and as more and more raw materials and energy are being consumed and greenhouse gases emitted. Some important raw materials such as copper, aluminium or lithium may become soon scarce and therefore very expensive. At the same time, the mountain of waste is getting bigger and bigger, and it is expected to grow by 70% worldwide by 2050, calculated from today. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is, can this simply go on for much longer? Of course not, is the clear answer. So what can we do to find the right answers and solutions in a world in which resources are becoming increasingly scarce and environmental pollution is taking on ever more threatening proportions? Does the buzzword circularity really help this context? My statement on this, and this will come as no surprise to all of you, is quite clearly yes. Before I go into more detail about the specific opportunities and challenges we face here, please allow me to clarify a few terms. Circularity, also known as the circular economy, is a holistic concept for minimizing waste and keeping resources and products in the economic cycle for as long as possible. In contrast to the linear economy described above, which is based on the principle of extract, produce, use, and dispose, the circular economy promotes the sustainable use of our resources. I apologize for the fact that this is going to be a bit theoretical. It's about the 10 principles of circularity, the so-called R strategies. Circular economy roughly follows 3 basic principles. Firstly, the highest degree of circularity is achieved through intelligent product utilization, which reduces the consumption of materials per se. Secondly, by increasing product life, overall material consumption is slowed down. And thirdly, the reusability of materials, i.e. classic recycling. This is the lowest degree of circular value creation. Intelligent products utilization refers to the replacement of existing products with new business ideas. This is why we also speak of rethink, meaning to take a different perspective. Of reuse means making product superfluous, and of reduce means designing products to be as resource efficient as possible. Car sharing, for example, follows the rethink concept, product as serve. As a result, fewer cars are needed thanks to this business model. And now it has become real. When I was a student, this started and failed because nobody was interested. But nowadays, it is a success story. Behind the entertainment streaming services is the concept of dematerialization. Digitalization makes CDs and DVDs obsolete. 5 further R strategies are aimed at no longer product life: reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose. While the first 2 are well known, for example in the form of second-hand sales markets or repair cafes, the other strategies are more far-reaching processes such as the refurbishment of defective products or software updates for the continued use of hardware. Last but not least, there are 2 approaches: recycle for recycling materials to the highest possible quality, and finally recover, which means the thermal utilization of materials to generate energy. In other words, the waste ends up in waste inheritance. But not all glitters in gold when it comes to recycling, where we Germans are known to be the world champions. According to Plastic Atlas, which I picked up in preparation for today, 40% of plastic packaging ends up in landfill sites. And 32% end up in environment, in seas or waters, or are inserted uncontrollably. About 14% end up in combustion plants. However, the global recycling rate for plastic packaging is just 14%, ladies and gentlemen. Only 14%, even if we are doing a little better in Germany, of course. And this is mainly downcycling it to lower quality products. I think this topic, or this is a topic, that if you think and approach it correctly, still offers a lot of potential, not least in the area of white goods. But why am I so optimistic in view of these less than encouraging figures? Ladies and gentlemen, 3 central points will be of particular importance for the future of circularity, and I perceive that we are at least heading in the right direction for the first 2. The commitment and the dedication of companies. And secondly, the acceptance of customers to purchase circular domestic appliances and, if necessary, to pay more money for them. And sensible national and international regulation comes, of course, on top. Honorable guests, I know from the numerous conversations that many companies are already working intensively on the topic of circularity. That they work to minimize material consumption, keep appliances in the home longer through repair and service, and enable high-quality recycling after the appliances have been used. Here, a few examples. The startup RCYL now manufactures 90% of its bikes from recycled materials. Philips offers lighting as a service when customers pay for the use of light instead of buying the lights themselves. The business retains ownership and is responsible, because it's responsible for the maintenance and recycling as well. IKEA has started to rent out our furniture and introduce Take Them Back program for used furniture. This furniture is then refurbished and resold. Many other companies like DeLonghi and Miele have introduced their own refurbished labels and offer remanufactured coffee machines for sale. Allow me to make a brief comment on my own behalf at this point. The business for which I have the honor of working has, of course, also been intensively working on the topic of circularity for a number of years. In 2022, we have formulated 3 pledges for key areas of action in the field of sustainability, and one of them relates directly to my topic today. End of waste by giving our appliances a new life. Since 2022, we've been running a refurbishment project in the Netherlands in which we bring refurbished washing machines back onto the market. The appliances are extensively tested, repaired, cleaned, and then sold with the refurbished label. For 2 months now, our customers in Germany and some other countries have been able to choose whether they want a new electronic part or a used and refurbished one when their repair is due. And last but not least, I would like to present a project that has received some amount of attention at our stand in the sustainability zone in Hub 27 over the last few days. At this IFA, we are presenting the concept study of a circular vacuum cleaner for the first time, which is completely modular, making both repair and recycling uncomplicated, whose material will be almost entirely recycled and which in turn will be almost entirely recyclable, in which all maintenance elements are colored for easier repair and the filter has a self-cleaning function. And they are made with green aluminium. and in which no gluing is used. Instead, only plug-in and screw connections are inserted. This should work. Should work? No. Now. Sorry. Does it work? Work? Yeah. To recall the R strategies once again, as these examples show, as a manufacturing business, we are currently focusing primarily on those areas where we have the greatest leverage: refurbishment, repair, and recycle, but without losing sight of the rethink area, as just explained. So much for a brief look at circularity at Miele. So, the commitment and dedication of a business is here, and I hope that this remains the case and continues to solidify despite the many other challenges that we are currently facing. But of course, that alone is not enough. In order to make sustainable progress on such a major issue, we businesses need the market. Which brings me to the second point: acceptance by consumers. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this day, we're all businesses, and cash must be right for the necessary investments in innovation and growth in a world that is as sustainable as possible. And well-intentioned projects that are not accepted by consumers are of little use in duration. But, and I can say this the right way, there's also encouraging news to be reported here. In the run-up for IFA, we concluded a representative survey of 1,000 consumers in Germany, together with the renowned Düsseldorf-based market research institute Infofact. Although the findings derived from the survey only relate directly to domestic appliances, the mindset discerned group here can certainly be generalized to a certain extent. The key result: the majority of consumers would trust recycled or refurbished domestic appliances. That is important. They would trust recycled or refurbished domestic appliances. The approach of keeping products and materials in the economic cycle for as long as possible has, therefore, definitely arrived in society. Almost 70% of respondents consider the recyclability of domestic appliances to be essential, ladies and gentlemen, for the environment and the society of the future. The personal relevance is recognized by 60% of respondents. 3/4 of the respondents trust in the longevity of domestic appliances made from recycled materials. And 4 out of 5 respondents would use refurbished spare parts if they came with a warranty like new parts and were also cheaper. However, it is also true that there are, of course, reservations which we have to face. Almost 2/3 of respondents, 62%, fear quality defects in circular products. Another point of criticism for 58% is the assumption of a more limited product selection. So, the interest on the customer side is there, but this is combined with a certain skepticism that now needs to be overcome, with convicting offers and equally convincing communication on the subject. Then, one might think the topic of circularity could really take off in the near future. Or maybe not. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, there is still a big but. And that brings me to the third point: sensible national and international regulation. Honored guests, where opportunities arise these days, regulations is not far away in Germany and in Europe. And it is becoming increasingly complex and difficult to predict in terms of sustainability. Yet, it is precisely in the era of circularity that the long-term planability is of central importance. For businesses, it is crucial that the state creates practicable framework conditions so that the private sector can drive forward and invest in promising technologies and innovations. In fact, however, more and more detailed and restrictive requirements are currently being introduced in various laws and at different levels. I would just like to briefly point out there the Eco-Design Directive, the product regulations, the requirement for recyclability, and the regulation on deforestation-free products, all from Brussels, as well as the German Act, Lieferketten-Sorgfaltsgesetz, on corporate due diligence in supply chains, and our own actions in the area of the environment and human rights. Although these are well intended and certainly make sense in principle, they are increasingly overburdening businesses in terms of its implementation. Take the issue of repairability. For example, in a circular economy, today's components are tomorrow's spare parts. However, experience shows that eco-design requirements are regularly tightened. In some cases, they are also for spare parts for appliances that have already been built and approved. A further brief note on our own behalf. At Miele, we make considerable effort to keep more than 72,000 different spare parts in stock for at least 15 years after model series had been discontinued. But if regulations such as eco-design requirements become stricter over this long period of time and also apply to spare parts, this means that the parts produced and stored today may at some point no longer be used for repairs at all. No longer be used for repairs at all. And these, as well as the appliances to be repaired, can only be disposed of. Is that sustainable? I don't think so. Clear, consistent, and generally sensible regulations are needed, but they have to be implemented and monitored with reasonable effort. And that, ladies and gentlemen, guarantee long-term planning. This applies not only today, but also to the handling of spare parts. The situation is similar for recycled material. Their utilization is explicitly defined as an important path by both science and politics. In the political debate, there are even calls for quotas for the insertion of recycled materials in products. In practice, however, things often look different, and they are nowhere near as simple as they are often described in politics. Even if ecologically uncritical materials are used for the manufacture of products from today's perspective, their reuse in 10 or more years is anything but certain. This is because the requirements are currently often tightened very quickly without the necessary care being taken to consider the possible consequences. However, if we want to further promote the topic of circularity and the insertion of recycled materials, then the legislation of substances must not be tightened in such a way that substances that are currently classified as harmless cannot be returned to the cycle at all in the future. Because then such materials can only be incinerated, and I think that all of you agree with me that this is not sustainable either. This is perhaps one of the reasons why so many plastic is sent to the thermal utilization, which means incineration. Due to these and other uncertainties, it is often difficult for businesses to calculate investment in currently good recycling-friendly technologies and new materials and additives in the innovation process. Additives include, for example, stabilizers to delay aging. Danke. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this brings me to my conclusion for today. When it comes to sustainability, businesses are not just focusing on building photovoltaic systems or reducing CO2 emissions at the moment. The topic of circularity is playing an increasingly important role with major challenges and equally major opportunities for us household appliances manufacturers. Circular products or business models can reduce the consumption of raw materials and waste and thus make our lives much more sustainable. This can become a game changer in our innovation processes and lead to completely new approaches and developments. The implementation of new materials, the modified design of products, and the longevity of appliances are just a few examples of areas where we can still do a lot and where there is still a lot for engineers to do. At the same time, circular trade is increasingly coming out of its niche and demand is rising, especially for circular spare parts. The topic has arrived in society. On the other hand, there are many obstacles such as regulations, legislation, availability, and material properties that are slowing the topic down. After all, no business can risk making large advanced investments in the face of great uncertainty. But what does that mean for us now? As a business, we must continue to prioritize the topic and further strengthen consumer confidence in the circular products with convincing solutions. Politicians are called up to set appropriate framework conditions so that investments in circularity can also be financed and implemented in practice. If everyone pulls together, and only then we can achieve holistic concepts, from the procurement of materials and their use in products through to disposal and reuse. We need everybody to pull together, ladies and gentlemen. And then, dear honored guests, I'm firmly convinced that circularity harbors significantly more opportunities than risks for the environment, for the consumers, and the competitiveness of businesses. And finally, that the future of the household appliance industry is circular. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to discuss these opportunities further with you and invite you all to visit us in our sustainability booth in Hub 27. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Zinkan, thank you so much for your really valuable speech. And for the audience, I wanted to say that not only IFA is celebrating a birthday, this guy is even much older, 125 years.
Not me myself.
Yes, that's true. But Miele is 125th anniversary, and as everybody knows, IFA is about 100. And therefore I have a little gift for you. To be honest, two gifts. This is number one, so because I also want that you are reminded always on IFA 100-year edition. So thank you so much, Mr. Zinkan. Thank you. And we have a nice jacket because we want that you always look beautiful. So therefore we have this nice IFA jacket. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to get rid of this.
Yes.
I think it's a much nicer jacket.
Yeah, I think so.
Now we'll see. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Super, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zinkan. He looks like a rock star. Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is day one. This is a wrap for today. I want to thank you all so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the day. And for those of you who still have energy and like live music, we have some activities around IFA. You might be familiar with the Sommergarten stage. Yeah, it's one of the stages where there's music playing. So we have a festival called 6 p.m. Festival, and it happens to be at 6 p.m. So if you'd like to, chill out in the sun and enjoy some music, then hop over to the Sommergarten and enjoy some of the music there. And then tomorrow we have some interesting acts here. We have some surprise guests, or maybe not such surprise guests. Nicole Scherzinger is going to come here all the way from the States, so you might want to join us here in the morning. And then we also have a conversation by Higher Europe. So if you want to come back to the innovation stage, which I surely hope you will, please join us here at 10:15 a.m. And hope to see you there. Thanks so much. Take care. Have a good evening. And goodbye.